Today is Tuesday, December 19th, 2023. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Ford. Councilman Jones.
Here. Okay. We have one item, update on food truck ordinance. All council districts requested by the administration. I see we have our attorney. Introduce yourself, and we're going to turn it over to you.
Good morning. Michael Fletcher, the interim city attorney. Happy holidays to everybody, and happy holidays to everybody, and thank you for having us here. The food truck ordinance, I will say, in the first instance, is a work in progress. I think we've made some significant modifications that we, from meetings that included DMC, fire, Office of Planning and Development, to some extent the health department. We've gotten input from a lot of different organizations. I mean, ultimately, this is a legislative action, and it will provide something to you for you to consider. And you have before you a red line version of where we've gotten so far. The changes, the really significant changes that I would point out is one is in 95287 sub E, which deals with one of the issues that was presented to us was an exception that was made in 2013 to the proximity of food trucks to restaurants in the Central Business Improvement District. We have modified or proposed a modification to move that to be consistent with the rest of the city, which is a 300-foot distance rather than the 50-foot. And we think that will answer some of the questions that have been raised by the businesses downtown, the restaurant businesses. We've also included some language that deals with which incorporates the zoning requirements, which have to be, really should be part of the ordinance, because a lot of that deals with the location and where those food trucks can be. And that's in section 95293. And then I'll also mention that we have to address parks. Now, that brings up some issues with parks because not all of our parks are administered by the city. We have some that have organizations that administer them, such as Overton Park. So that's still to be worked on as to how we want to address that. But we're going to try to do that so that it's consistent throughout the city. The property is owned by the city, so we want to be consistent with throughout the city. The enforcement is always a challenge. The fire department, through the fire marshal, is taking steps and have been taking steps to enforce the fire code, because these food trucks have to make sure that they are properly equipped and properly maintained for the safety of not only the people who are working in those vehicles, but also the people who are patronizing them. And they will, when alerted to an issue regarding the condition, they will be there. We've been working with the health department, but at some point, and I frankly don't know when it was, a joint operation of the health department, Memphis and Shelby County, changed, and now it is only administered by Shelby County. And even though the ordinance makes mention of compliance with the health department regulations, which I think it should, I don't think that necessarily should change, but enforcement is going to be at their discretion, and as they have the ability to. to enforce those. And to get to that, to enforcement, that's really the rub. A food truck can show up one place. We can be alerted to violations or that they don't have proper certifications. We can go and shut them down. They can go to someplace else. And it's kind of the whack-a-mole sort of enforcement. And none of the organizations that have kind of governance over this or they have requirements have a really strong enforcement arm. And obviously we can't lay one more thing on police to do those items. So that's going to be the challenge. There are some things that we're looking at that really kind of overlap this with some of the other aspects of downtown, which is to empower the I don't know if it's called, I don't know if it's called blue suede shoes anymore, but whatever the DMC thing, giving them some ordinance power to cite people for ordinance violations, whether they're parking or they're the food truck things. And we're looking at that, and we think there is a way to do that through city council action. Won't be necessarily a companion to this, but we may bring that up for your consideration. I've got representatives from fire here. I've got representatives from OPD. I've got representatives from DMC. I've got Mr. DeShazo, who has worked on the modifications for the city. So whatever questions I can answer, I hope I've covered everything for you that you had questions about, but whatever I can answer, perhaps they can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Fletcher.
Good morning.
I want to go back to the provision as it relates to parks, excuse me. And I think about Court Square, like every Thursday there are food trucks there. How does that align with this and for a couple of different respects, looking at, I'm looking at the next to the last page where it does talk about restricted operations in parks, but I'm thinking about that. There may be some businesses that are within 300 feet. I'm not very good at that distance there. So how do we reconcile what takes place in Court Square and could be other places as well?
That's a challenge because there are programs that you want to have where you want to have the food trucks. We've talked about having restricted areas where they locate. And that may be one of the resolutions is to say that the Court Square on certain days is a specific restricted area for them to locate. Otherwise, it will be, I would suggest as anything else, they will have to apply for a permit. And if they meet the qualifications and the requirements of the ordinance, that they would be allowed to be there for only that period of time that's allowed under the ordinance.
Okay, so I'm just thinking about, let's just say if we go to the permitting process, the burden on somebody that's organized like that, would they have to do a permit? If we talk about Court Square, and I don't know exactly how long they're there, whether they're seasonal, but theoretically, would they have to, if it's 52 weeks, would they have to go down and do 52-week?
I believe that
permits?
Is how it is currently required.
Hi, I'm Penelope Houston, Vice President of Communications for Downtown Memphis Commission. Currently, we run Food Truck Thursday 52 weeks a year in Court Square, and we are allowed to permit that park. The DMC has authorization to permit that park, and we have it permitted as such every Thursday.
Okay, so they have to do it 52 times? Or?
We don't, it's internal to us, so
Okay.
we have a standing use of Court Square.
Okay,
52
so
weeks a
I would
year.
like to see, I don't know if we would put it in here, but I think we have to do that. I'd like to see us apply that consistently. if there's certain places that are regular food truck venues, if you would. I don't want anything to apply to Court Square, but it doesn't apply to Glenview, and it doesn't. It's because still at the end of the day, and maybe we can adopt whatever the DMC has and incorporate that into that and have that apply to other areas. Because we don't want there to be special rules at Court Square that doesn't apply to Glenview or to Weaver Park or whatever the case may be. Now, my other concern is I can understand us trying to be consistent, and I'm looking where you were talking about the 50 feet versus the 300 feet. And maybe that's because Court Square could be one of those. I think about what used to be the blue plate was right there, and so it would restrict it technically from being there. So I think that this is a good start. I would hope that next we sort of massage this a little bit to incorporate those nuances, and so that we can have a consistent blanket type of ordinance to govern it. But I think this is a good start. But we still need to look at those nuances, and to go from 50 to 300. Could we go to 250? Could we go to 150? I just don't know that big jump from 50 to 300. It could exempt some businesses based upon different locations.
Yeah, we can. Like I said, it's a work in progress.
Yeah.
The issue is that the downtown restaurants were treated differently than the other restaurants in other areas, because the proximity was so much closer, was 250 feet closer than it was anyplace else in the city. And as food trucks became more common, that became sort of a mobile competitor. And the downtown restaurants don't need mobile competitors. But you're right. I mean, it is being massaged. Like I said, one of the things we've talked about is having some cities have site-specific areas for food trucks. It would be, a question of where those would be and how many there would be. And again, it's probably going to be a permitting process or a scheduling process. There's lots of food trucks. When and how do you choose which ones get that opportunity? But it's something that's not impossible to do.
Yeah, and I can understand. I just don't want us to be too protectionist, if you would, because a food truck may provide me an option that a standalone restaurant may not, and so it shouldn't be. If I want Jamaican food, perhaps, and there's no Jamaican. Well, there's a Jamaican. It's just an extreme example. If I want, let's just say, sushi. Yeah. So, I just don't want us to be too protectionist, because I think a food truck does provide options that may not necessarily be represented from the brick and mortars.
But we also have to be conscious of the fact that restaurants have to comply with the health department regulations. Restaurants have to comply with zoning requirements. Brick and mortar restaurants have to comply with fire. It is not uncommon for food trucks to just show up.
Yeah, and we want them to be in compliance as well. Yeah,
right.
I do appreciate that. Yes.
And I hadn't seen this, but they tell me that ones will show up in pickup trucks with a grill in the back and fire it up, sell whatever they sell, and then move on. Yeah. Those are not only dangerous, but they're just talking about unfair competition.
No,
that's unfair competition.
Yeah,
but it's a work in progress.
Okay.
We'll work with it. We're happy to have suggestions from the council, and we'll get where we want to be.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just before I get to the others, just to piggyback on you, Court Square, black-owned business, restaurant, y'all put them out of business, okay? Some of them restaurants you put out, I don't have anything with food trucks that big, but hey, I've had constituents call about parking too, okay? Don't park in front of my restaurant, that means, hey, they gonna go there and put me out of business, okay? And one particular, like I said, food, put them out of business, okay? I don't like that, okay? They need to do a little bit better,
And I would,
especially if I got brick and mortar.
right. And I would say we need to hear from those restaurants as
Yeah.
to what they think a fair distance is. I don't know how the city council came up with 300 originally, or 50, but it would be good to hear from those businesses that may be affected to give us the.
Yeah, and this restaurant I'm talking about, right there at Court Square,
Okay.
okay? That park, across the street, the only park, okay? I've got issues with that, okay? I'm good. We got Councilwoman Logan, and then Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation and work you're doing to develop this. We definitely need it. I'm glad that we have food trucks and the variety they give, the options that we have, but I definitely know that it's, time, and I've called Director Zena a million times about the pop-ups that are in my district and making sure that they're regulated as well. I've had, there was a whole conversation on Nextdoor about a homemade box car moving truck that they made into it, and the operator was urinating right outside of the food truck box on at one of our major shopping areas. And I myself watched a gentleman take out a thing of chicken, raw chicken, open it up, just put it on the grill and got to cooking. And it's just a lot happening. So I think we definitely need the regulations and continue to massage this, as Chairman said. We're not trying to keep people from doing business, but we want to do it in a healthy way and give people those options. So I appreciate that, and I would love to see what peer cities are doing that are doing it well, and what type of guidelines or protocols that they have in place, those that are working very well. And you mentioned having certain areas for food truck parks and things like that, and you can kind of regulate and make certain that they are equitable and that there are options, and I really appreciate it. So I'm looking forward to this conversation and what you bring back. Thank you.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That Councilwoman Logan did join us, okay?
I'd sort of like to echo what Councilman Jones was saying, in that food trucks provide options that we don't have. But my real question, I'd like to hear, if we could, from the restaurant associations, how much competition do they really give? Because if I'm thinking about, if I'm going to go out to eat, the times I've eaten at food trucks, I've just been on the move and I just want to grab something quick, and then I'm moving, as opposed to sitting down in a restaurant and getting something to eat. So it's almost like the difference between having an extra fast food place next to a restaurant as opposed to a restaurant. So I don't know. I'd like to have that information. I think Councilman Logan is 100% correct. There's got to be someplace else that's done this before. And if we could figure out where it is and what they are doing, that would help. And I was shocked at how complicated this was just listening to you talk. I was thinking, what is taking so long with this food truck thing? And then when I heard you talk, I said, no. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? Want to say anything? Okay. No. You have anything else to let us know?
No, not really. I think that one of the interesting things too is that there are cases where these food trucks do provide a business opportunity for someone to go from a food truck to a brick and mortar. And so, like I said, I didn't realize it was so confusing either. And then Ms. Furman got me up there, and all of a sudden, I said, I don't understand. So there's been a lot of learning going on.
Yeah. Well, thank you for educating us today.
Yeah, and then we want you to keep on coming back and educating us a little bit more, okay?
At least for a while.
Okay. All right. We appreciate it. No further questions. This committee is adjourned.
Good morning, colleagues. Today is December 19th, and it is 10 o'clock a.m. I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Haley, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Chair Logan.
Present. Thank you. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda for today. I'm going to ask Chief Davis to come on up. And before we get started on these items, I heard some information this morning and just kind of want to get clarity. And I do apologize if you didn't have this, but to the best of your knowledge, I've heard quite a bit about the Department of Justice being here, that the county and the judge is doing something, that MPD has a plan. So and the last time we were here, I asked for you all to come back and give an update on providing the weekly or periodic yes, and updates for the public, and just to make certain that we have that, and I've heard Mayor-elect Young say this as well, a COVID level response.
Pandemic response.
Yes, and a pandemic response, but I'm more so interested in that collaboration that we had among everyone getting information. I'm more so concerned with the communication for the public. And because just this morning, I heard 3 or 4 different plans, 3 or 4 different jurisdictions and agencies, and it's just a lot of information coming through the airwaves. And I want people to know what to expect, to have a healthy expectation of who is leading the effort, or who is our first line of defense, to who we should be listening to. If you could kind of shed some light on that before we begin, I'd appreciate it.
I will. And I will say that there has been some heightened level of enthusiasm around data and data sharing. Inside the Memphis Police Department, we've been talking about how do we start compiling more data and more information that can be public-facing data. The last meeting that we had here, we talked about homicide stats and putting more context to the homicide stats because of the nature of the homicides, whether they're justified, whether they're murders, whether they're involuntary or, justifiable. So what we plan to do is enhance the data that we're currently putting on our website. And right now we have crime stats on www.memphispd.org on our website, and that's public-facing data. We put our crime stats out there, but we plan to enhance that data also by creating a repeat offender dashboard. This is something that I asked the team to start working on a couple of months ago, and it has taken, some internal work and infrastructure work so that we can ensure that we get the type of information that we need. Since then, there have been conversations with the Crime Commission, also with the DA's office, and of course with our U.S. Attorney and his efforts to enhance federal prosecutions for the most violent offenders in the city of Memphis. His role, U.S. Attorney Kevin Ritt's role, is not so much in the data realm as opposed to just the adjudication of cases, but our partnership will include federal case data as well. And what we're trying to do, we met yesterday with all of the local chiefs, Collierville, Germantown, Bartlett, Sheriff Bonner, and our DA to really talk about what does data sharing look like and how do we ensure that data is shared from every entity, from the beginning of a case all the way to the end, not just police data, how many people we arrested, but also what happens to those cases all the way through the criminal justice system. And I think that's an area right now that's a little bit ambiguous. What is happening? And so we're working on what that looks like and how do we integrate our data, resources with the court system's data resources. So this is a project right now. Our project in the Memphis Police Department will be launched probably in January. basically to have data that we have inside the police department, more public facing, so that community members can follow various cases that we are investigating. Hope that helped answer the question.
It's good information, but I don't know if it's necessarily what I'm looking for, what we asked or we talked about previously in terms of, I know in terms of sharing information, there's a lot of information being shared in the media.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's not your responsibility, but we're needing to be responsible with the data for the community. The media can access the data, but in terms of us communicating data to our constituents, to the public, I don't see that being done by any authority in terms of what it looks like. We put the data out there on the website. Some people have internet, some people don't. Some people can access the information easily, some people can't. And some people can extract from the data, what does this mean? Some people cannot. Because we have questions here when you all come and do your monthly sharing of the data. We have questions. What does this mean? What does this look like? And we have questions. So I know the public would have questions just looking at it on your website. So what I was interested in and asked about a few months ago was to have some type of public offering of the information in layman's, layman's terms, so that people understand the context of, is it just random mayhem out here, or is this domestic violence, or is this gang related? Yeah. How do you arm yourself? This morning I heard on the news that there was a shootout at an intersection in my district. So, people going to work, let me stay in the house, so we have to be very responsible.
Absolutely. So to answer your question a little bit more succinctly, I guess, would be that we can provide information and definitions also, because some people don't understand what a justifiable homicide is, or homicide that was committed by acquaintances and was not really random, or something that's characterized as domestic violence, or something characterized as gang-related, people who are acquaintances and know each other. So I think there's opportunities for educational component, and that might also be something that we don't just put on the website and define on the website, but also have our community impact officers who are actually going out and having these educational awareness kind of symposiums, and have opportunities for them to actually present to community members in these various, venues that we're speaking in now, to help educate on what those different terminologies mean, so that they can really put context to what's happening in the community. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I think a lot of it really is that we need to just find different platforms to help educate, as opposed to just hearing different things on the news and our community members not really understanding. Yeah.
If that means having a place on your website that not only lists the data in writing, but maybe someone there giving the information in terms of a video or some type of area or platform that people can go to at any point and just hear an update daily or weekly about the crime stats and the crime and the state of public safety. And I'm more so concerned about public safety.
Yes.
What are we doing around that? We hear about crime, and just hearing crime stats is not what the community is really looking for.
Mm-hmm.
We're wanting to know that we're safe. We're wanting to know what is being done for public safety and keeping people safe and secure. So if we could even consider having a place on your website that you can watch a video and hear that broken down, give those definitions, and talk about the data and what that means to an average citizen, that would be great.
Absolutely.
And if you have any problems or barriers doing that, I would like to hear about them one-on-one, so we can, as a collective, maybe put something in place that would allow that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can certainly do that.
All right, thank you. And so if you could have somebody from your office, let me know what the timeline is on that, because it's been a couple of months since we asked for that type of or level of
so in our last meeting, we talked about, ensuring that we put those explanations. We have access to it now. They're working on that now. And around the first of the year, we should have more information on our website and more, I would say, qualitative information as opposed to quantitative, so that it helps to explain more about what is happening in the community, and even sharing some of the plans that the commanders have in place right now in various communities. Also, the community impact officers are working to go to various communities and businesses to talk about the unique crimes that are being committed in their community. We can also video some of those presentations as well, and those presentations can be shared too. Okay.
Videoing is great, because I don't think you can have too many opportunities for people to hear and be current and up to date on what's going on in public safety. So having that data on your site is great, but having that video is there too, and then having the community
Impact
officers go out, that's another level as well. So,
Absolutely.
the more the merrier. But thank you for that.
Yes.
Now we're going to move on to item number 1 is a resolution accepting grants funds from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security over a 3-year period for the 2022 SAFER grant in the amount of $13,824,420.40 and appropriating FY24 funds in the amount of $1,625,002. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. May I have a motion? It's been moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Ford. Councilman Canale brought this forward, and he's not here. Colleagues, do anyone have any questions before they give a presentation? Okay, we'll go ahead, and if you would give your name and information, and you can be recognized.
Hope Lloyd, Assistant Fire Chief.
All right.
The SAFER grant, this money is to hire 56 over complement with the medical license. Sorry, did y'all hear any of that? Okay, Hope Lloyd, Assistant Fire Chief. With the SAFER grant funds, we'll be able to hire 56 additional personnel with medical license, so we can have a paramedic on each piece of equipment and provide better services to the citizens.
All right, with this grant, do you have a time, is there a timeline?
Yes, it has a 3-year performance period. So over 3 years, we'll get this money. So.
Councilwoman Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, too, for your brief presentation. How much is the salary for these individuals that you'll be hiring?
It depends on their licensure.
Okay.
Anywhere from probably 62 to 70,000.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you.
We'd also like to ask for same night minutes, if that's okay.
Anybody opposed? And to say no minutes? Without objection. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This will be for same night minutes. We're gonna go to item number 3, which is a presentation from the Memphis Police Department regarding an update on cameras. All council district requested by Councilwoman Logan, myself. Is there anyone here to present? Okay, all right, Chief Oakley, if you come on down, appreciate that. Give us your name and address.
Morning, Joe Oakley, Deputy Chief, 170 North Main. So we can start with Sentinel 5. Sentinel 5 is complete. That's where each council district received 12 cameras in their districts, and Sentinel 6 is 85% complete. So 7 council districts will receive 84 cameras. So it'll be 12 in each district. So 72 have been installed. We're waiting on the pole taps from MLG and W to get approved, and then we'll install the last 12. So I would hope that by the end of the year, maybe the second week in January, Sentinel 6 will be completed. I would say so, yes, ma'am.
And what is the plan moving forward for cameras?
Well, for Sentinel-7, we have ideas, and we're going to work on we are working on a PowerPoint to make a presentation to City Council for some options for Sentinel-7.
Can you give any details?
Well, cameras, we have fiber. We have more fiber in the city. We have new lights on our poles that we could tap into. So we have some different options, cameras on light poles. We have LPRs or the traditional box camera, but I think that we should look at other options, in my opinion, other than the blue light box on a pole. And we'll make a presentation and let all of you decide and get your opinion on what you think is best.
So if the camera is blinking, can you go over that when you know the camera's operating properly, the blue lights that are already out here now, or if it's not?
Yeah, most of them are functional. The blue light is, if the blue light's on, that's a good thing, but the camera is most important because the blue light's probably going to blink anyway. And we do have citizens that don't like the blinky blue light. They say it interferes with their sleep, etc. So sometimes we do disconnect the blue light. But overall, we have around 800 camera boxes, around 2,500 cameras within those boxes.
So how can you tell that that the camera is operative? Because I've heard that if it's blinking, it's working. If it's not blinking, it's not working. So can you confirm that?
Yeah, we'll get a signal when the camera is down, and when we get that, we'll go out and repair it. Or sometimes we'll have a car crash into one of the poles and knock it down, and then we'll have to take steps to place it back up if it's fixable.
So it being operative has nothing to do with whether or not the camera is blinking?
Right.
The blue light, okay.
Yeah, the blue light's separate from the components inside the box.
All right. Any other questions?
I got a question.
Councilman Ford.
I hate to put you on the spot.
Okay.
City cameras, jail cameras, compared to county, they have cameras.
Right.
What do you think about their cameras compared to ours?
Well, I like those are Verkada cameras, and I think we like ours better. And speaking of, since you brought it up, we're working with the county commission to integrate those cameras into Connect Memphis. So once we do that, we're going to have even more cameras within the city because they have, I think, around 200 cameras in their county commission districts.
Right. The reason why I'm asking that, I don't think their cameras worth too much because the question was asked if there was a crime video, and I really hate to say what that man told these people. We might have it. You may can get this. So that means you got a camera up there that really is there for no purpose.
Right.
So I'm glad you all are getting with them. Maybe that would help everything out. Okay.
Right, and once we get that integrated, we'll have access, or detectives will have access at their desktop to retrieve that footage. So yes, that's some of the things we're working on with them now to integrate all the Verkada cameras.
Because I know they had a lot of cameras.
Yes.
Yeah, so that makes a difference. I appreciate it. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Councilman Warren.
So as we're looking at this, the general, I guess, question I think most citizens have, and I have, is how much of the city do you actually have covered that you can go back and determine, okay, at this time, when we had this event occur, we can see something here that we can act on?
Well, we have, like I said, we have about 800 boxes, and each city council district has several cameras. So, not every area is covered, but every neighborhood has cameras. And we do know that suspects committing crimes will avoid cameras sometimes. Sometimes they won't. They'll cover up their license plate, etc. But we have a good start. But we really want to put cameras all over the city with our Connect Memphis, our public-private partnership, because there are cameras everywhere in the city, on homes and businesses, and we want to integrate those cameras through Connect Memphis, so we'll have a lot more coverage than we do now.
What percentage of the city do you think we've accessed as far as accessing the business and the home cameras and getting them into our system out of 100%. If we had them all in there, where are we now?
Well, we're right at 620, so not a lot, and not majority, but several hundred of those cameras are TDOT and traffic engineering cameras. So we don't have. We're working on our push, out. We've been meeting all over the city with our business groups, our homeowners to push Connect Memphis. Now we do have around 4,600 registered cameras in the city, so that's a good start. But our integration, we're working to push that, and we did partner with, or FedEx partnered with us. They've already purchased some cores, so with FedEx on board, I think people should realize that this is a great program for us to have more cameras in the city to help solve crime, and not only that, to reduce crime in the city.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking everyone wants to know what they can do to help with crime. And this is like a really good program that if you're a citizen out there and you've got a camera on your house and you're worried about crime in your neighborhood, it's called Connect Memphis, right? That's the name of the program?
Yep.
And they can go to the MPD and they can just look at there and sign up, right? We can come and help them set up their camera.
Right. We really want everyone in the city to register their cameras. It's no cost. It takes about a minute. And that way we know when we pull up our map, we see the icons, and we want the whole map of the city of Memphis covered with our registered cameras. Then we also encourage, especially our business owners, to integrate through Connect Memphis so we can see the outside cameras that are facing the parking lots and the streets and the alleyways.
Well, I think that's really important. So hopefully we'll see as we go into next year. That's part of the task force, I think. Part of what we're going to do with this task force on crime, I think, next year is we will be really pushing this so people should know that this is something they can do that will help.
Right.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been answered because the main concern was similar to Councilman Ford. Where's the data? I mean, there was times in the past when people were asked for cameras and information, and they were told, well, we got to send somebody out there to get the information off the box.
Right.
And then we come back in. So what are you doing with all of those cameras? Because they still exist.
Yes,
They're still
back
on the poles.
the technology wasn't as advanced as it is now. So yes, you're right. Some of the cameras we do have to go take our bucket truck and go up to the box and download the footage.
But how many of those included in your 800 that you just told us about?
Probably a couple hundred.
So what's the plan to remove those?
Well, in our plan in the future, we do want to update all of our technology and our cameras.
You know, all of those belong to us, though.
Right.
Yes.
So what, I didn't hear.
I'm sorry, I was just saying, some of the older cameras, all of them don't belong to us. Some of them are integrated into, or at least we know that they're out there. And as Chief Oakley said, they'll go and get a bucket truck and pull that footage. But the new technology is where we don't have.
I got that, but I'm still worried about those 200 cameras.
Right. Some of them may be obsolete.
Protection that needs to just be taken down. If they're not working, let's take them down so people they're gonna get all up in an uproar because the camera is supposed to be working. It's sitting out there, so.
So before you answer that, thank you. I want to make certain that we give Councilwoman the information she's looking for and the media and the constituents that are listening. So when we asked about cameras, the cameras, you said that the city has cameras, the county has cameras, and who else has some cameras?
Our business owners and our homeowners.
Okay, so the city cameras are which ones?
Those are our Blue Crush cameras that are on the poles in the white box with the blinking blue light.
The blinking blue lights. Those are the Blue Crush. And you said how many of those do you have?
Approximately 800.
And do all of them work?
Yes.
Okay. Are those the ones that Councilwoman Johnson talking about that some of the information is not integrated or is not up to date, so we're going to take some of those down?
Right, with Sentinel 7, like I said, we're going to have some options for you. So when we go that route, then we could look at either repairing those or taking them down and replacing them with the Sentinel 7 camera program.
So Sentinel 1 through 6, are
Right.
they all a part of this Blue Crush white box blue cameras, the 800?
Yes,
Okay. And are those the ones that the residents or the HOAs or neighborhood association, those are the ones that they purchased with those grants?
right. They purchased the cameras and donated them to the MPD.
Okay. And we are looking to very soon do something different with those, and you're going to come back in January and give those options.
Yes.
And now the county cameras that are not related to those, what's the details about those?
Well, those are county commission cameras. The program's similar to what you have. They have so many cameras per each commission district, and we're working with them to integrate their cameras at Real Time Crime Center with Connect Memphis.
Okay, so we're looking to connect those. The ones that the city council members have, that's a part of the Blue Crush ones
Right,
out of that 800.
right.
And as of right now, this round 6 will be completed in January.
Right.
Okay. Now, the last one, the businesses, the ones that the businesses own, you all are pushing to get those connected through Connect to Memphis.
That's right.
So-
To the Real-Time Crime Center. Eventually, the plan is to have all the city cameras, the 800 that Deputy Chief Oakley is talking about, and private business cameras all integrated into one system, even the county cameras.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right, integrated into one system so that we have access anytime something occurs. And the future plan is to have the cameras also integrated into our 911 center. So if a call came up here at this business or at this building, the closest 5 cameras in this area will pull up in the real-time crime center so officers would know what is happening at this location. That's the future state of the whole camera network. And I didn't want to leave you hanging, Councilmember Johnson. I wanted to make sure that you knew that those cameras that are not working or that are dated or obsolete, we plan to go in and do an assessment and upgrade those cameras. We're not going to just remove them or take them down. We plan to upgrade those cameras as well so that they will be functioning too.
Okay, I would strongly recommend do it as quickly as possible because it's false protection. People thinking the cameras are working, they're going to be able to provide some assistance, and it just does not. Now, the next question. We talked about the county cameras. Out of the county cameras, how many of those actually reside within the city of Memphis?
No, I'm thinking around 200 that are within the city.
Commissioner district,
Right.
yeah, commissioner would have
Right,
a certain number.
right.
You will never know about a county camera because it's not gonna have a blue light on it. It may have a little white light on it. Down at the bottom, you really can't kind of tell, you know, that blue light kind of stop people from, I see it's a camera here. County camera, you won't know it's even a camera, even though they don't give no data, you have to go out there, you never find out like what we did. Yeah, but they give each commissioner.
I recall them coming before the council at one time. Was that issue resolved? The cameras that they had that they wanted to work with the city? It was a large number of cameras at that point. Who knows something or remember that?
Well, they're similar to the Sentinel program. You know, they pick their locations. Each commissioner gets so many cameras a year, and then they request they find the pole that they'd like to put it on, and they request power from MLG&W, and once that is approved, then they go hang the camera, just like the
And I'm gonna have
Sentinels.
to assume that they're coordinating it with you because you wouldn't want them too close to where your cameras
Right.
already exist.
Yes, they do.
Okay. That's my question. Just concerned about making sure the cameras work and people understand and try to correct all the ones that's malfunctioning.
So it was
Thank
my
you.
understanding, thank you, Councilwoman, it was my understanding that we are trying to go to the Connect, not the big boxes, but move to the Connect to Memphis. The neighborhood grant or the crime safety neighborhood grant, are they still allowed to use that grant to purchase a big blue camera? And if we're trying to go to the Ring or those individual home cameras, what is the plan moving forward for that grant? And are we increasing the amount in that grant for that reason?
I'm not sure about increasing the amount, but the Ring cameras, home privately owned cameras, those are cameras that we just want to have registered. Those cameras we don't want integrated. We don't want access, like full access to people's home cameras. The reason why we want to know that they have them is if a crime is committed, we can go on that registry and say, yes, we have a resident at 170 Main Street, that we can call them and ask them, can we have access to their footage? So registration is one thing, and then the integration is a different process. That integration piece is where we have access to exterior cameras here at City Hall, at FedEx, and all of these other private businesses, so that if something were happening, our officers could pull that footage up immediately and see vehicles ingress and egress, and we have more real-time information about what is happening out on the scene.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
In that situation, are you going to allow the different neighborhoods to be able, somebody in the neighborhood to be able to get into it so they can monitor their particular neighborhoods?
We have some legal ramifications for that, because without getting into deep detail, there is federal guidelines for criminal investigative information. It's called CJIS. And so we can't give access to private citizens' police cameras. The only way we can, and our legal attorneys will have to help with that. The only way that we can give access or share footage is if this is not an official investigation and they want information about something going on in their community or whatever. We could provide information, but we can't give them access to the cameras that we're using for investigative purposes. I know that sounds confusing, but it's a long legal answer for it, Councilmember Johnson.
I believe it, because I think if the citizens are paying for the cameras, those cameras should be made available to anybody who wants to actually go on there and monitor it. And that's the problem. When we had more monitoring taking place, you could be made aware of what's going on often, because I know your staff is limited when it comes to monitoring.
Absolutely. And we would have to, and this will be a different conversation, but what we would have to do is we would have to take our name off of our ownership, because some communities have cameras in their own communities, in other places in the United States, and they monitor their own, but they're their cameras and they don't belong to a law enforcement entity, if that makes sense. And they're able to monitor their own cameras.
I could see it being a problem if by chance somebody can go in there and alter the footage or, what's taking place. But if we had safeguards where all they doing is monitoring and looking and then pushing the button, so you need to go to so-and-so location.
Or providing investigative information to the wrong people.
I mean, they wouldn't be providing any information.
You mean to the criminals? To the criminals is what she's saying.
Yeah, like I said, it's a long, but we can have some more dialogue about it.
Right.
Providing information to people who shouldn't have that information, but yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. We appreciate that. Any more questions, any other comments regarding the cameras? We appreciate that presentation and look forward to the information that you're bringing in January regarding the new camera proposal. All right, next we have item number 2, a presentation from the Memphis Police Department regarding how domestic violence cases are handled. All council district requested by myself. And if you would, go ahead and give your name and address, and you are recognized. Excuse me, before you recognize, you all came last time and shared some information about the crime stats and the increase in crime, and you mentioned domestic violence increasing, and so I want to make certain that we unpack that today. What does that actually mean to the crime stats and what's happening in Memphis, and how you're handling it, how we're dealing with it? Are we working with any nonprofits that deal in this area or serve in this area. Just kind of unpack that domestic violence increase for the citizens.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Paul Wright, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. I'm the chief over the domestic violence unit, investigative service. So the domestic violence unit is responsible for investigating and aiding in prosecution of domestic violence incidents, prosecuting individuals that are involved in those incidents.
Thank you.
They can involve simple assault, aggravated assault, harassment, stalking, and order protection violations of that sort. Some of the things that we've seen with domestic violence this year, 6% of our calls that we get for service have been for domestic violence related incidents. That's 42,000, a little bit over 42,000 calls we received this year. Last year we received 44,000, almost 45,000 calls for service on domestic violence related incidents. We have had 11% of our homicides are connected to domestic violence. Right now, we're sitting at 44 of our homicides or were related to some type of domestic violence event. 44 incidents. 11%. Yes, 11%.
11% of your calls have been domestic violence.
11% of the homicides we've had have been related to a domestic violence event. And those are mostly family members. The highest number of those are family members being involved in incidents and where the homicides take place on that note. We do, there are some questions I know you asked about and seeing the spike. We are actually down so far this year with our calls for service for domestic violence incidents. We work closely with our Family Safety Center. Our officers always seek to arrest the primary aggressors. We're actually, when I say work close, we're actually housed within the same office with the Family Safety Center. And they actually assist victims with counseling, emergency housing, and seeking the protection order of protections that they need. They help them retrieve those and get those. We've made over 46, right at 4,500 arrests this year. Right at 4,500 arrests this year we've made. We've handled approximately 12,497 reports. We also make referrals. Those referrals are to our Family Safety Center.
Family Safety Center a nonprofit?
It is. And they work alongside several other organizations. We do a lot with Family Safety Center events. Of course, October is domestic violence awareness. We just came off some events with that. We do a lot of community outreach going out. We send a lot of our investigators that's in the unit out to engage in conversations with the community. That's real important. Conflict resolution, that's part of it. And they do real, we've seen rave reviews with some of our investigators going out and doing that. We're always open for any group that's wanting some type of meet with our investigators, and we can go out and be part of those events as well.
So are any of the numbers, I know at one point there was a spike in domestic violence among youth, dating, that type of thing. Do y'all have any information regarding that, or do you see any of that in school or in the neighborhood? And what is the conversation, or what does it look like, domestic violence among youth? Or are any of the youth numbers in terms of violence, is it related to domestic violence, or is that mainly just adults?
So of the 4,568 arrests that we've made, 376 of those arrests were actually juvenile arrests, and that's somewhat alarming to see that we have so many juveniles involved in domestic related incidents of that kind.
And when you say 376 were juveniles, were youth, and they're involved in it, you mean that they were the perpetrators, or they?
They were arrested as the primary aggressor in that incident.
And is that an increase in the past, or is that?
I can't give you a comparison because I don't have that number in front of me from last year. But I do have the numbers prior to just arrest overall. And last year alone, we made 5,399 arrests on overall arrests. That's, like I say, compared to 4,568. So we're actually down.
Juvenile arrests? Is that,
No,
you said
no,
five?
that's adult and juvenile.
Oh, okay, okay. Just trying to get an understanding of what you shared at the last meeting on your monthly crime report about domestic violence was increasing. So I wanted to know, what does that mean? What does that look like this time? Anybody have any questions?
The question I had, I think, was answered when you asked about the number of youth. Thank you.
And so let me ask you this, just trying to understand it. Does it look the same throughout the city, or in terms of youth? Is it the same throughout the city in terms of what you're seeing, or does it differ in different parts of the city? And I ask that because there are different nonprofits that serve domestic violence. I know in my district there are some nonprofits that serve in this area, and they're very busy. And so wanted to know, I know you said you all use Family Safety Center, and does everybody use them, or how are you all reaching out to the other nonprofits that serve in this space in different parts of the city?
So we work through the Family Safety Center. They're one of the leading groups of domestic violence. There are other groups that they work with, Agape, Homeless Coalition. They work with shelter. The shelters, finding shelter is always a huge thing for them, having emergency shelters for individuals, because when they need to get out, they need to get out, and they're going to need a house or a home to go to that's safe for them. That's why we work with them, because they got connections to so many other organizations.
Okay, I got your name. How often do you all have to have domestic violence, people that call in that are that have been affected by, domestic violence? Do you have to keep them with you, or do you find somewhere for them to go? In terms of, say, you get a call, a woman saying she has been abused and needs you to come. How much of your time is used or taken by those calls? As the police,
it is lengthy, because the Family Safety Center do work 24 hours a day, but they're on call. And when we do find, we have to call out to them, have the victim talk with them as well, and then they have to find housing for the victim when they do seek the resources. Because when they seek the resources, it seems to help them in the long term, and it keeps them from being victims again. But it is time consuming. But of course, we don't mind, but I wish it was a lot faster. But it's time consuming. But it helps that victim, so it doesn't matter.
So if you had somewhere to take them, if you had some support, would that, come on up, Chief, if you have some input on that. I just want to make sure that we are, as council members, we are aware of the situation, and if there is a need, that we're able to see that going into the budget season.
Yeah.
Because it's my understanding that there is an increase in domestic violence with youth and adults, and that you all are having trouble finding places to take them, and generally sometimes just are with them a long time. So share with that.
So there have been some conversations recently. As a matter of fact, Councilmember Warren's been involved in those conversations with the Travel Lodge as well.
Yeah.
And he can probably elaborate a little bit more. But that has been a bit of a perplexing point for our officers, because sometimes they don't want to leave that victim in the same environment where they, suffered the abuse. And we try to find different places for them. But the Family Safety Center is sort of like the hub, and they have access to all these resources, but sometimes after hours, they aren't available or they don't have resources. So what we're trying to do is set up a relationship directly with places like Travelodge, who will allow us to drop off a family so that they can be safe, you know, in that environment.
And Dr. Warren, if you would share that, because that's one of the things that I wanted brought out, that there is a need for an overnight place for those experiencing domestic violence, just as there is for the youth that are on the street, and just as there is for a lot of other things that are going on overnight. We have to really look at this for the situation it is, be truthful about it, and transparent about it so we can resolve the issue. I do know that the Travelodge started accepting, with our relationship with them started in 2020 or increased in 2020. And since then, we have been using them. And I wanted, we can let Dr. Warren share on that, but that's something that we're going to have to keep on the radar, keep it on the agenda, because it's very important. And if we don't address it now, it will only get worse. So, Dr. Warren.
Well, first, I'd just like to say that even though one of the things people who are recording this today for TV and stuff, I don't think they need to be putting it to Travelodge at where we're taking people, so people know not to go there. So if you want to use some discrimination in how you report, there's a place that we've been using, and we've been taking women late at night, so they'll have a place to go that's safe. So I don't think we want to put that out, that's where we're going. And I think the chief has been working with the administration to try to come up with a payment situation that will allow us to be able to let them continue to do this. I know that they get a fair amount of donated food that comes from Trader Joe's via First Presbyterian Church every week that helps feed people that are still there until they can be placed. But I think it's sort of like you're talking about the family center as being the hub. Well, you get the people here, it takes a day or two to get them through that process to be able to get them to someplace else that's safe and more permanent. So what we need to do is make sure that we have arrangements that are financially viable, and that's where our funding comes in, where what we're going to want to do is to help those people to be able to continue to function and do this. So as we're reporting this, I'd really like not to see Travelodge mentioned.
Yeah,
that would be
I
good,
would too.
because you don't want the people out there who have been abusing to know that, well, I just got to go down there and hurt somebody. So we don't want that.
And we only mention it because that's what was brought up. So, but in general,
we have several locations and typically undisclosed. That's a relationship that hasn't been codified just yet. So we don't want to put out various locations that people go for safe haven.
Absolutely.
But we know that we need to support that effort in the budget or whatever the case might be, because many times those families don't have the funds, and officers don't want to ride them around or let them sit at precincts, until they can find a family member's home.
Right.
And, there are several groups that work alongside, and we talked about that, have memorandum understandings with the Family Safety Center. They did provide me some numbers, of course. They said they service at least 11 clients a week for emergency housing. That's 572 annually that they said they service. So they did want me to push that out.
You said 572 that they
average
annually. That need housing.
Yes, emergency housing.
Okay. And I just wanted to start the conversation because I know it is a challenge, and we talk about all the different areas that you all are challenged and that we're experiencing in our community. And safety of our citizens is very important. And I know that if you are, like you all say, if you have a youth, a minor overnight that you have to keep with you, that's an officer that is not available to patrol or to answer any other call. It would be the same case if you if you couldn't find somewhere for someone experiencing domestic violence, you would have to carry them as well. So I wanted to make sure that we continue to keep that before us, and if there's anything we can do or that funding that is needed, we can have those conversations. So thank you, and I appreciate that. Anyone else have anything else? regarding that. If not, the last item on the agenda is a presentation by Memphis Police Department regarding Greenway Security and MPD's role in the same. And by this, we mean the Wolf River Greenway. It's my understanding that as they finish a section, that section is turned over to the city of Memphis for as an asset, for us to take care of. And so wanted to know what your role is in terms of safety and security for the Greenway, or if you have a role at all at this point. If not, what is the future look like for that? And if you need to come back with some more information, that will be fine as well. But it's an asset that we are investing in. It's a great asset for the city. A lot of people are encouraged to use it, but we want to make certain that it is safe. So if you could address that.
So I will say that the subject is relatively embryonic for us, but we are certainly open and agile to whatever role we need to play in the discussions about the security of the Greenway, and we'll work with the administration on what that looks like. Chief Crow may have some historical knowledge of what a Greenway is and how it's kind of chopped up. I don't know.
Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. And so, yes, we're familiar with the Greenway and the project going on, how it's going to open in sections. And we look forward to discussions on what security for the Greenway looks like. But so far, those discussions have not occurred.
Okay, and I know sections are already open, so we definitely want to continue this conversation, and I can reach out to you all this week as well as those that are over the Greenway. Dr. Warren?
Yeah, one of the things that was really a concern when they opened the Greenway that went from Tillman out to Shelby Farms is everyone on that Greenway was really worried about security on that Greenway. And one of the things that I think provided the most security was the number of people that were on the Greenway. So as more and more people use that, the worries about security from the neighbors got much less, as I'm understanding from people that live in that area, because so many people used it, it made it to where it's not really a place that crime is likely to occur. Crime tends to occur in places where you can't be seen, you can't be caught, and you don't have a lot of people watching you. So what we're hoping is when these open, the neighborhoods get out there and really use them, walk your kids, take your dog for a walk, be out there, and that's what's going to provide the most safety. I think they do have cameras at a few access points along the Greenway, and I think that would be a really good thing to have as we open these up, because you catch people coming in. There's only a couple ways on these things, and you'll be able to record where it's going. And if there's a problem, be more likely to catch the person that did it. Thank you.
Absolutely. There are some cameras along the way. And I do know there are some homeless camps along the way as well in some of the areas that don't have as much volume. And so just having a holistic approach and look at what we're going to do, what the plan is, and how we're already making certain that it's secure. And I do agree that the more it's used, but not all the legs are used as much as the others. So we definitely want to see the community embrace it and know that that is a part of the plan for MPD, whether it's the sheriff or whoever else you all are working with. But I just wanted to put that on the radar as well for you all to come back with some more information at the next meeting. Thank you so much. That is the last and final item. Anyone else have any other business before this committee?
11:09. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. Keaton, shout out to your Christmas hair piece. You know what to do.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Smiley.
I'm here, at least I believe I am, physically and mentally today. All right, we have one item on the agenda. Resolution to create a City of Memphis Fleet Task Force to provide recommendations to the Division of General Services and City Council for implementation of best practice for the maintenance and procurement of the City of Memphis Fleet. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Deputy.
Move it.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Carlisle, I think your name's on here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, as you remember last meeting, there was a presentation that had been kicked several months, kind of like the fleet maintenance, or fleet procurement, rather. And it was pretty eye-opening. It's one of the sizzling topics in city government, but there is an opportunity, I think, for the council to work with the administration, especially with the changing of the guard, to get an internal policy in place from a procurement and management standpoint that could save the city millions of dollars. And I know that Director Adams, and I want to give him credit. This is something that he and I've been talking about, and everybody's got a boss and a boss's boss, and so on and so forth, and priorities take place and things get kicked, and so I think we have an opportunity here, like I said, in the near term, to start the process of figuring out what is best practices and getting that transparent out to the public, so we can kind of keep the pressure on to move the city into a management and procurement policy specific to fleet that will benefit us both financially and operationally, to the point where I'm willing to do a task force, because you guys know how much I love committees. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield the floor, and if Director Adams has any comments, thank you.
I think the director and the deputy director would be more inclined to say something to us today.
Antonio Adams, Deputy Chief Operating Officer and Director of General Services.
Melvin Jamerson, Deputy Director, General Service, 125 North Main Street.
Thank you for helping the deputy chief here. Yeah. We appreciate that.
I appreciate that. I lost my directions. As Councilman Carlisle mentioned, we are appreciative to collaborate. Unfortunately, as I mentioned last council meeting, we have the administration and past administrations along. Unfortunately, with our legislative bodies, we've collaborated to not fund our fleet replacement. And then, of course, we've not dealt with our deferred maintenance. So now we are going to change. What will happen is, quite honestly, we're going to change in policy, and if adopted, there's going to be some structural changes as well. So I look forward to this. I do agree. I don't like to meet. I don't like additional subcommittees and task force, but I do believe it's necessary. This will be akin to the Blight Task Force, where we will come out with recommendations and some structural changes, and it will be better for the city of Memphis.
Yeah, I guess I'll just add, anybody's welcome to join, even those that are rolling off and want to come hang out. Shine, you want to come hang out? Come on.
You volunteering yourself, and
I will assure you that we will have as much time as is needed by members, and we will not take a minute longer than we need to.
Councilman Jones is kind of quiet on your end, sir.
I'll speak up when I want to. Not on this one.
All right, okay. Any other members? Councilman Carlisle, since it's your resolution, are you gonna create how the body will look? So can you just talk through how the body will look?
If I'm being 100% honest, I hadn't really given it a significant amount of thought. It's structured as our former committees are. I'm open. My preference would be that it be nimble so it can be effective, but I certainly don't want to exclude anybody that has a genuine interest in being a part of that. And I'm not asking for same 9 minutes on this. So if members want an opportunity, or even members that are rolling off to give feedback and we can implement those, I have no problem with that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to make a recommendation at some point in time. I think one of the council members who's rolling off is eager to be a part of it, although he doesn't know it just yet. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Will this be the first subpoena issued by the council?
Absolutely. It's the Peter chair. The ayes have it.
If we could please have a roll call.
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Chair Warren.
Vice Chair Warren present. All right, we have one item on our agenda today. It is the presentation of Memphis Intercity Rugby on its programs and initiatives. And I see they brought me a ball today, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, it's an unusual day for me. I've sponsored a committee, task force, which I love, and then presentations, which you know I love. This being the holiday season, the season of giving, Memphis Intercity Rugby and Shane is an organization that came across my radar over the last few months, and I've had the opportunity to kind of dig in and see some of their work, which he'll tell you about. It is my intention on bringing a funding resolution based on a need for them. And then the last thing I'll say is, and I hope that you'll join me once you hear their story and what they're up to and what they're doing. But yesterday in the news, the county did their part and contributed $1 million and a former school property to build a permanent turf field, which again, Shane can tell you about. But the work that they're doing is incredible, and I don't want to waste any more time. Thank you, Shane, et al. For being here. Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind turning the floor over so that we can hear the presentation.
Yes, if you two gentlemen could state your name and address and your organization, and then the floor is yours.
Shane Young, 1591 Court Avenue. Demario and Guy, 3688 Glenbury Cove.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to hear their presentation at the County Commission at both meetings, the committee meeting as well as the meeting of the County Commission. They did an excellent job, and I ask that the council members, after you hear this presentation, that we support them. Thank you.
Go right ahead, guys.
Well, council members, thank you so much. And thank you for your kind words, Councilwoman Robinson and Councilman Carlisle. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. We are really honored to be here, and we will be as brief as possible. I'm going to give you a lot of information. You know, we even brought a rugby ball. You're going to hear from Demarion Guy, who's one of our original players. And, you know, we employ a lot of our alums at MICR. So even though we started this organization in 2012 as Teach for America Transplants, myself and my co-founder and a lot of other young teachers from around the country that had, ironically, rugby backgrounds, we started these teams at schools that we were just teaching at. And, you know, over the course of 5 years, we sort of replaced ourselves by hiring our awesome alumni as the coaches. And here in our 11th year of operation, 85% of staff members at MICR are alumni. And you're going to hear from Demarion Guy, who's one of our best coaches, and you know, Leroy Taylor's on the way right now. So that's part of the downside. You know, you work with these great young people, and they're from the community. They create representation. They are so talented. They give the exact type of leadership we need, but then they come late to the city council meeting. So Leroy Taylor's on the way, but you'll see him soon. Yeah, and so you know, we brought a rugby ball, but we're really not here to talk about rugby. And I'm going to show you as much as I can in a very quick time a little bit about our budget. You know, we're really an efficient, optimized, but still grassroots charity in Memphis that we're very grateful and humbled that, you know, yesterday at the county commission, we got this recognition and a large investment so we can build some infrastructure at our field. But I hope you walk away from today inspired and motivated that you've learned about one of the most effective and efficient charities in Memphis. And I know it's a bold claim, and I'm a little bullish on it because I co-founded this thing, right? I'm not hired help. This is my life's work. I ain't going anywhere, but I'm not from Memphis, and I'm just trying to run this thing as optimized and efficient and effective as we can, because we serve some of the toughest zip codes, neighborhoods, and schools, communities in the city. And we don't think for a second that we can just introduce this strange sport from Europe to our kids who are, you know, suffering from serious deficits after the pandemic, social, emotional, academic, food deficits. You know, we feel like we are providing really responsive, relentless, and relational services that help alleviate poverty more so than anything we do on the field. So I believe I have the clicker here. So apologies, I'm just, okay. We'll come back to that because Leroy Taylor is
one thing I love about the MICR mentorship
That's our
program
gentleman who's about to
is
come.
the representation that the mentees have with their mentors. I know as a first generation college student how important it is having that mentor that knows the same experience and has been through almost a similar route.
My intention is to skip through this. I don't know if someone else is controlling it or
Go
if
ahead
it's
and
me.
play it. It's good.
Well, it's 5 minutes long, and I know I only have limited time here.
He's controlling it.
Yeah, let him play.
Yeah, let it play. It
You want
looks
to see
good.
it?
Yeah, we want to see
Okay,
it.
it's about our alumni, so enjoy. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
5 minutes long. Thank you.
One thing I love about the MICR mentorship program is the representation that the mentees have with their mentors. I know as a first generation college student how important it is having that mentor that knows the same experience and been through almost a similar route that you have. Conversations that you can't have with your parents. There's conversations you can't have with your friends. It is astronomical the advantages you have when you can have a mentor at that type of level as you.
I played rugby my senior year of high school. After high school, I continued my work with MICR by being a part of the DEI committee and the mentor program. And I always wanted to help people. So seeing my mentees being successful and doing their things in life, I feel like a proud mentor.
Throughout my life, I just felt like someone who could lead. And then MICR was one of the first things that I did where I was like, I really do want to be in this leadership position. I want to be a better leader. I want to be a great coach.
MICR simply offered me TJ, who has been my mentor since my freshman year. In general, TJ has been a real big help for me. Implementing plans and techniques that have helped me academically to stay afloat.
Honestly, I've seen a lot of growth from him through his communication skills, organization skills, and honestly, he's helped me with mine because I had to learn how to be a better mentor through him.
Leading into my last 2 semesters, I'm pretty sure I can close out strong with academics with him in my corner.
2021, I started my internship with MICR. It was a really cool experience, be able to see the behind the scenes of an organization that I've been a part of pretty much my young adult life. Just different organizational, structural things were very important for me to learn within my degree, which is nonprofit development. One of the most impactful things was creating my own fundraiser, the first annual Summer Sevens tournament, and it was pretty successful.
MICR really care about the community of their students. When I was in summer school recently, I needed a little help with paying my financial aid, and they helped me pay it off, and I was able to graduate and get my degree.
I became a part of MICR, I think it was 2012. I was part of the first teams to open and start the program. Being a part of MICR not only affects me personally, but business-wise. My clothing brand, the biggest clothing, we mainly focus on streetwear and activewear. The opportunity that MICR and the new company giving me, not only investing into the merchandise, but into actually my marketing was amazing. Like, it changed my brand completely, and they helped me better my entrepreneur skills and everything.
Something that MICR is really engaged in is making sure that they're able to keep as many alumni a part of the community as possible. I was able to receive opportunities on my own because of MICR. Working for them, I've been able to get paid by them, save up, and get my first car.
I honestly do believe that it's a lifelong membership, no matter if you're in a transitional period in your life or you're just starting off and getting back on your feet.
I had a mind change of plans I wanted to do over time. MICR still didn't give up on me, taught me time management, finished my assignments on time. They always made sure my head was on straight, keeping me in the right mindset.
I think it's pivotal to have, mental health informed services. A lot of sports, they say that, sports is therapy, but don't actually focus on the therapy part.
I think it's very important because it allows players to not just, focus on getting their emotions out through hitting each other at practice or in games, but learning a more effective and appropriate way to deal with traumatic experiences within low-income community areas.
Even when I was going through the biggest times in my life, they still was there, no matter what.
Stay with the program because you're going to get better as a person. You're going to get better, learning to work with groups. You're just going to get better overall. I want to be able to give back like MICR gave to me.
My involvement with MICR didn't stop in high school. That helped me advance and become more of a leader.
I'm a coach now at Power Center Academy High School. I love being around the kids, the environment. It's changed me as a person, man. It made me realize I can't live without rugby.
With us focusing on the social and emotional things and teaching our kids how to self-regulate, how to regulate their teammates, they need to hear that they can come to somebody. And the fact that we're doing that is so important.
Thank you. Thank you for watching that. And I'll just get ready. So that's a little bit about our alumni support, right? So for 10 years, we've been doing great work, 13 rugby programs, all in South Memphis, with communities we serve are Westwood, Whitehaven, South City, Hickory Hill, and Orange Mound, right? We actually, very honest, we don't have much of a presence in some of the communities we want to impact, like, Nutbush and North Memphis. We're not there yet. Because we've scaled really intentionally. We started with nothing, like a couple transplants coming into Memphis. We were literally just paying the bills out of our own teacher salaries in those early years. And then, I show this slide to emphasize that when this organization receives investment, we really optimize it in all ways, not just student impact, which I'll get to in a second, but our own capacity. So, funders around this city, I think, are a little weary of, if I give you this much money, are you just going to be coming back to me in 2 years because your well went dry and you're right back? But this organization has proven time and time again that we are able to use investments in capacity to create new capacity. And we're constantly on a path towards sustainability because we've just been so bootstrapped and grassroots. We've been busting at the seams every year of our existence, because our coaches are great. Our school partnerships are solid. Kids love this game and they stick with us. We have actually a 75% retention rate year over year, which means a student plays with us in 9th grade, 75% of them come back for 10th grade. You talk about a testimony of effectiveness or fun or whatever, but the families love it too. So there you go. We've increased our participation post-pandemic, a lot of youth-facing charities, youth development organizations. I'm checking if Leroy's here. Okay, not yet. All right, he's almost here. But participation growth every year, so testament. And this is one of my favorite things. Y'all know Slingshot Memphis, I'm sure. If you have heard of it, they really study and turn nonprofits upside down, inside out. ABC 1, 2, 3. They're trying to study to see effectiveness in the fight against poverty, to disrupt poverty is how they say it. When most charities scale up like we have and grow like we have, you see the benefit cost ratio go down actually. When you add staff and you have more expenses, you have more overhead. It's kind of an unfortunate reality of the way you scale nonprofits. Not at Memphis Intercity Rugby. Our return on investment has actually gone up even while we've scaled. So we now create, that next slide shows, or I'll show you in a second, we create $2.20 of poverty fighting impact for every $1 invested. You hear about all these matches over the holidays, get your donation match. Well, that is just a natural occurrence in MICR currency. And so this is how we, scaled with that $900,000 investment we got in 2020. We staffed up. We had talented coaches come in. We built a curriculum with industry-leading sports-based youth development experts, like the Center for Healing and Justice Through Sport. We instituted, like our great alums said, like TJ in the video, mental health informed services, so our students can receive free therapy in crisis. So we were not sustainable, and now we are on a path to sustainability. And with your support, we can absolutely get there. So that goes with development, fundraising, impact, participation, and just scale overall. So we'll go to the next slide. So it's not about rugby. I think I've gotten that point across. It's about community. It's about impact. It's about authenticity, transparency, and effectiveness. And so here's how we do it. And then I'll stop yapping in a second. Pass this right over to Demarion. So, but yeah, we can keep going through these. So. That's just evidence right there of the summary of our Slingshot Memphis report. We get the A+ in return on investment, right? For the bankers, benefit cost ratio, return on investment. If you're blue collar, bang for your buck, right? So very, very efficient. That's what we're so proud of. So we can keep going. There's the metric I mentioned. We can keep going. These are the services we provide in alumni support, right? We hire our alums. They're driving our kids. They're filming the games. They're lining the field. And then when they're in college, as first-generation college students, which many of them are, and some of them are at Dartmouth and Brown and Yale. I'm not just cherry-picking cases. Because of Title IX legislation and the growth of women's rugby around the country, they come to. There's no other urban rugby programming like we have. We're the flagship national program doing this work. That's why you've seen literally rugby organizations from from other countries come to Memphis, use our field at Vance. We've hosted college teams. I don't know if any of y'all remember in 2021, we turned AutoZone Park into a rugby field for the inaugural Premier Rugby Sevens Championship. So we get all this attention around the country and around the world because rugby is a global sport. We're doing something unique in Memphis, and we're able to connect our alums with incredible opportunities around the world. In fact, Leroy, who's on the way here, he's literally been to Asia, Laos, London, all kinds of stuff. It's amazing. And there's Akila Cathy, who is a senior at Brown University right now, about to be the first in her family to graduate with an Ivy League degree, full ride, thanks to rugby. And she's not the first and won't be the last. So we don't mean to create state champions, All-Americans, national champions. That's a byproduct of good work, right? We're not focused on that, but it happens. Great athletes love the game. We can surround them with resources. We can also win some hardware too. And so we also co-founded a national organization that doesn't have a single penny in the bank account yet. We can't afford to defer any of the resources towards Urban Rugby America, but it's an example of our national leadership, right? Because we get calls every day, almost it seems like, from Baltimore, New Orleans, Oakland, Oklahoma City, because they can't go to USA Rugby and see how we do this programming, how we form school partnerships, how we fundraise, how we do this trauma-informed coaching model and this curriculum that really has seemed to work in our communities. Everybody wants to do it around the sport of rugby. Nobody knows how. So we've had to become this national leader, and we recently launched a logo and a website to help people kind of channel their questions through in a more efficient way. All right, I'm almost done. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. We do start at elementary school. That's when a young person gets introduced to an amazing coach like Demarion, who you'll hear from in a second. And it's kind of just a fun time. They get the ball in their hands. There's not too much intricate stuff going on here besides great coaching and participation. And of course, we pay for everything, so they don't have to pay for anything. But cute, the kids are playing. Nope, wrong C word. It's crucial that they're playing, right? Because it sets them up for success at the next level, on and off the field, in and out of the classroom, in relationships, as a communicator, self-efficacy, self-confidence. That happens early, and then we get them to middle school. Now they're playing tackle rugby, and their coaches are even more involved in their lives. We start to do incentives like, you love the game, cool, saw you score that try, but I know you're behind in your homework. And I know that that teacher mentioned your behavior in class. So now you can't just play, right? You have to meet the standards that raise a little bit in middle school. And they get to travel now to play and compete for a state championship in Tennessee, which we've won 4 of. And then you go to high school, and we will now hire 16, 17, and 18-year-olds at a good wage to coach middle school, those same programs they graduated from, leadership development. They're starting to use the mental health counseling services. They're getting rides to and from games. They're getting nutrition at every practice. They are surrounded by support, and this really ramps up when they're getting ready to go to college. By the way, there's some more outcomes for you and metrics, and yes, we've won a lot of games, but again, that's not our goal. Some of the colleges our students attend, and here we go, the bread and butter, alumni. This is world class. This could be its own nonprofit that would scale nationally and be funded, but we have it here at Memphis Inner City Rugby because my co-director is like an expert in this field, and she's designed this programming. So just soak that in, some of the outcomes that are possible when we get young students to and through our pathways. So I want to pause there, and I don't know if there's any Q&A element to this, but I definitely want to let Coach Demarion tell his story.
Let's let him tell his story, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
And if your other guy doesn't show, it's okay. You've done a good job.
Thank you so much.
Hi, how is everyone doing today?
Very good. Name and address.
My name is Demarion Gadd, 3688 Glenbury Cove.
Go right ahead, sir.
So I started MICR back when they first got everything going, maybe about 10 plus years ago. And I now coach as a rugby coach. I'm now 24. I've maybe been coaching since maybe like 2019 when I recently had graduated. After the pandemic, I kind of fell off and, I tried to find my own way, try to see what I wanted to do with life and how everything was going. Things didn't go too well. I contacted Coach Young and told him that, I think I want to coach again. I've missed coaching. I think I really want to take a passion into doing it. Said, hey, we're going to check it out. We're going to see if you're serious. Maybe 2 weeks after the training, he said, I see you got this commitment. I understand that you're ready. And after that, we ended up linking and having a good, coaches training. And after that, he had us, how do I say? I'm sorry.
Had you built up to where you're confident enough to do what you had to do?
Yes, sir. They brought us into a community and a organization that we had no idea what was going on. We had no idea about the sport, but they wanted us to understand that it was more than just a sport. They wanted to build character. They wanted to build community in like our schools. We didn't have a lot of that growing up, so they brought that to us. And so we now get the opportunity and the chance to give back and be that to the younger people that we see in our own communities. So while now I'm able to grow and be able to be the man and the leader that I never once actually thought I could be if it had not been for them.
Thank you. That was excellent. My son was in Teach for America and came down here and was working in a charter school. And one of the things he was telling me about was this incredible rugby program and how this rugby program was starting up in some of the charter schools, the smaller middle schools and elementary schools. And I assume that is your program that we're talking about now. It amazed me at how much of an edge this gives an applicant to when they're applying to college, because there aren't that many urban rugby programs in our country, and it really makes that student stand out. So as you can see, they get into all sorts of great schools and have these opportunities. This is an amazing program.
Well, thank you so much, and that's Believe Memphis Academy. We love that partnership, and Demarion's being humble. You would cry if you saw him coach these young people. It's absolutely inspiring. He's a wonderful communicator. He knows how to connect with them when they have trauma responses to getting tackled. They get frustrated because they lost. He lifts them up like none other. And I have a great picture of him actually with Jemiah Brown, who's from Believe Memphis Academy, and just an example of how we were able to make connections. We sent her to Japan, her and her grandma, the first time they ever got on a plane in 2019 before the pandemic, to go deliver the rugby ball to the referee for the USA versus France World Cup match. She went to that school. Demarion coach, you remember Jemiah Brown, right? I mean, she's amazing, and she's in our high school programming now, but just one example of experiences we're able to offer our kids through this global sport and just being relentless in their lives.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, colleagues, I mean, you can tell Shane's infectious energy. It's great to have people come from around. Shane's from Jersey. We'll forgive him. But to have people come down into Memphis and want to invest and stay and go the long haul. For those of you that remember, there's one thing about this program that I really love. There's many things, but there's one thing in particular, which if you remember the late Charlie McVane, who's a wonderful philanthropist for the city, but he was a very data-driven person. And one of the things that Charlie, he would give millions of dollars a year to Vanderbilt. And he was like, Vanderbilt's going to be okay. But I want to make sure that I figure out how to make the biggest impact in the city of Memphis. And he had his analyst at McVane Trading research. And what he realized is that the thing that had the greatest return was peer-to-peer mentoring. And so then they created what you know as peer power today. And this has a lot of those similarities of having students come up and go through the program and stay and coach. And so they get the benefit of having somebody that they see as a peer be there for them. And so we have spent so many years, and I'll be quiet because I know we need to move on, but we've spent so many years here talking about opportunities and partnerships. And what I love about Shane is that he's got a model. We're not taking a flyer on something that may or may not work, that's been demonstrated. The analytics have been done. The ROIs are there. So if there are any other members that want to ask questions, or please, I'll be quiet and get out of the way, but I've got a resolution I'd like to introduce if there are no other comments, Mr. Chair.
Please introduce the resolution.
So this is not for same night minutes, again, just out of fairness to pick out there, but this is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $300,000 to Memphis Inner City Rugby to assist in the operation of its program. This would be this would be $100,000 over a 3-year period to give him the runway. Shane, would you talk a little bit about the use from our meeting, where you guys are and what you would intend to do with the money, based on all the things that you do today, and why this is important and where it'll go?
Yes, that's incredible, and I'm just sort of. I know. It just we just don't take that lightly, and so we're busting at the seams at our organization. We, despite having that investment, like we pride ourselves on efficiency, and so when you look at our programs, like we have 5 full-time employees. By the way, I know you've seen a lot of men today, right? Me and Demarion, most of the people in the video. We're actually a female-led organization. I'm the only male on the full-time staff. Girls outnumber the boys in terms of our participation. It's 55-45, but we're busting at the seams. Our coaches, our full-time staff, no one's raising a family. We're working 65, 70 hours a week because we do everything to make this program effective. When you see those results, when you see the outcomes, they are so real, it's so authentic, but it's very hard to deliver. And so we're doing it by the skin of our teeth in terms of our capacity. So what we'll do as these numbers grow and we continue to have full rosters on every team, we're not one of these groups that, the kids won't show up, nobody wants to play. They all want to play. We're busting at the seams. And what is that going to mean for our alumni support program? We're either going to have the capacity to meet them where they're at and take every kid and do the services as they're designed to be delivered, or we're going to have to pick and choose students that qualify for it because of limited capacity. Investments like this will allow this organization continue to make this efficient impact and be as effective as we've been without having to water down services or pick and choose students, because we've created a good problem, high participation. This will create the capacity that we need to meet the participation growth.
Thank you.
And I'll just add, colleagues, I know that we always look at percentages, et cetera. I think Shane's operating budget today is somewhere around 750-ish.
That's exactly what it is.
And they're trying to grow to 950,000. So if the council will help meet him halfway, I'm going to partner with Slingshot and raise the other $300,000 from the private sector over that 3-year period. So I hope that you guys will support that, and we can help them get the staff they need to meet the community and continue to grow this program.
Have we already moved this?
No, sir.
Moved it.
It's been moved by Councilman JB, and
I'm not sure if I ever been called Councilman JB. I kind of like the ring of that better.
And also seconded by Councilwoman Robinson.
Councilman Smiley guy. I don't know
Yeah,
about
sounds
him.
okay. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair is an aye, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. And seeing no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
We promise to prove you all right. Thank you so much.
Tuesday, the 19th. Hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Owens, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Carlisle.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 4 items on today's agenda. We are going to start with the heel. Item number 4, resolution to allocate the remaining $500,000 to the Whitehaven STEM project, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Second. I'll also add this be added with same night minutes. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. If there is no objection, let's go downstairs with same night minutes. Councilwoman Robinson. Yes. Would you like me to? I think we're good. We're good. All right. All right, colleagues, just for the record, this is the remaining $500,000 that was already in the budget, and we are allocating it officially to give finance the direction. I want to take the opportunity to thank Councilwoman Robinson for her support for the Whitehaven STEM project. She has led that charge over at least 3 fiscal years that I can think of, maybe 4. 5 more than that. The whole project. But it is rapidly, hopefully coming to a conclusion on its capital raise, and just want to take the opportunity to thank her. Colleagues, with that being said, seeing no members in the queue, all those in favor with sending this down with same night minutes and a positive recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, this passes, or this goes down to the positive recommendation. Item number 3, resolution to amend the youth pilot program funded by the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. May I have a motion and second to hear this item? Moved by Councilwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. I thank you and appreciate you for the opportunity to create this youth pilot program in our community. I just made and had discussion with the staff so that we have some clear directives on this program. Since I am leaving, I just wanted to make sure that this program moved in the right direction. And the presentation we just saw on rugby, this takes us to another opportunity to provide programming for youth in our community. The eligibility, we didn't make any changes there, but we did make a few changes in the responsibilities of the participating religious institutions, whereby we make sure that they, and you can see that for yourselves, that they take care of those children and make sure that they're in a safe environment, participating with other youth. They're responsible for collecting information from their guardians on their health and dietary restrictions. We want to make sure those young people were in a healthy environment and that they are to do evaluations with those children when they meet with them and to come back to the Memphis City Council on a semi-annual basis to let you know how they're committed those dollars. But when you approve their appropriation, it is going to be important for them to come back and share with you, because we're adding under grant distribution that they only get 50% of that grant. And after they come back and prove to you that they're doing what they said they were going to do and they're making an impact in the youth, then they can be given the other half. They will use the same application that we currently use for our other grant program, but it will not be managed by our staff. It will be managed by the city. Anybody have any questions? I just want to make sure that it was clear that it's a pilot program, that we'll be evaluating it. The council members will be responsible to hear those evaluations so they know what they're doing and they're moving in the right direction, and then you will allocate the rest of their funds. Approve their funds and then come back and approve the other half so they can get them, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other?
Colleagues, any questions or comments for the sponsor? Seeing none, we'll take this to a vote. Oh, Councilwoman Johnson? Okay.
And let me ask a question. May we do same night minutes on this item, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We will send this downstairs with same night minutes, assuming there's no objection. Seeing no objections, this will be added with same night minutes. And now for a vote to send it down with a positive recommendation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes, thank you. In this resolution also, we're saying that the City of Memphis administration will be in charge. But in addition to that, we've also want to incorporate an appointed body of at least 3 people. And I want to offer my services to assist in that capacity.
I'm going to move to reconsider the item we just passed and add an amendment to specify that Cheyenne Johnson be added to the committee.
I should appreciate it. I move that.
All right. All right, we'll move that as a friendly amendment, and then we'll send it downstairs. To both of you, thank you very much.
I'm not gone. I'm just not here.
No, you're a genius is what you figured it out. You're gaming the system.
Mr. Chair, but it was important that we had some input to make sure
Yes,
this
ma'am.
happens like it should. And I cannot help because I cannot do anything with the city for a year.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have new obligations. But I want to make sure that it was carried out in the proper manner.
Well done. Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, let's bump back up to, actually, you know what, let's take, I'm trying to figure out which one's gonna take. Let's bump up to number 1 now. Report from the Finance Division on the state assessed property values. All council districts requested by Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones, any comments before we begin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Colleagues, I ask that this be brought before us because you may recall that during budget season, we were informed that there's certain state properties that are assessed, and we were looking at anywhere from maybe a $0 to an $18 million shortfall based upon how they're recalculating state assessed properties. And so at the time, Chief Ford said that we really wouldn't have an idea of what that amount would be towards the end of the year. So we are sort of at that point. I requested and received a report from her that was through November 15th, just to have a greater idea of what that number is. And so I've asked for finance to present, but also to present this in a full light. I've also asked that that the Shelby County assessor come and provide us an overview of what the overall impact of what this change is going to be. And so this is something that I think that the new administration should be mindful of, and the council coming in to be mindful of, because what was reported is about something like a $6 million, and this is through November 15th. And so I'm not sure whether or not there's other numbers or other reports to give us a different number, but I just thought that I asked for this question, or asked for this presentation so that we would be mindful of what that particular number is and what we have to work with going into the new year and the new administration and the new council. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Gentlemen, good morning. If we could have your names and titles for the record, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Council. Lakeith Miller, 125 North Main, City Treasurer.
Good morning again, Council. Walter Person, Deputy CFO, 125 North Main.
As Councilman Jones said, earlier in the year, I made a presentation on the appraisal ratio and how it could potentially impact city revenues. And I was asked to come back after the state assessed property assessment came in. And so every year, state assessed property assessments come in December. So we have those now. And just to recap, the appraisal ratio is an attempt by the state to make the tax levy fair for state assessed properties and personal property. Real property is assessed every 4 years, so the value of the property may increase while the tax levy remains the same. While state assessed properties and personal property are assessed every year and theoretically pay more taxes. So 2 years after the reappraisal year, the state develops a ratio to make the assessments more equitable to SAP and personal property. So this year, the reappraisal ratio was 0.7587, which means that the assessment for state assessed properties and personal property were reduced by about 76%. They were reduced 24%. I apologize for that. They were reduced by about 24%. The assessment recently came out, and adjustments are made to tax bills in January, and we anticipate a $6.1 million in refunds. And the impact to the general fund is expected to be $4.2 million, and to the debt service fund, $1.9 million. You should have an exhibit in your packet that demonstrates the reduction to the various funds. Any questions?
So, in that response that Chief Ford prepared and sent, I asked the question was, is that the final number? Is there any other, because she reported it as of November 15th. And it gave me the impression that, at this point, it may be a different number, more or less, whatever the case, but I just want to know.
This is the final number.
That is the final number?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're looking at about 4 from the general fund, 1.9 for the debt service. I know that the general fund is roughly 800 million. I don't know offhand what type, and so we're talking about particularly about 5% what would be of the general fund, but as far as the debt service, what type of balance are we carrying there? Does it represent about 5% of what of what the debt service fund is as well, that 1.9?
I knew you were coming.
All right. Andre Walker, the city's other deputy CFO. Chairman Jones, regarding your question, so the debt service fund budget is about $180 million a year. I think the fund balance of the debt service fund for fiscal year ending June 30, 2023, I don't know, we don't have the final numbers yet, but it's around $50 to $60 million. This $1.9 million represent about 1% of the debt service fund budget. So it's not it's a hit to the debt service fund, but it's not anything that we can't manage through because we have a significant fund balance.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And just for clarity, how many years will be affected so we'll make sure everybody understands the process?
The reappraisal actually affects this year and next year. So that's 2 years in a row that the appraisal ratio is going to impact the budget.
So keep that in mind when you're working on the budget.
Assuming there's no change in the reappraisal cycle.
It shouldn't be.
Councilwoman, is that all? Yes, ma'am. Dr. Warren.
Yeah, this is a financial thing, and I'm not that good with that stuff. But looking at what this means to us as a council, where do we make that up? How do we go about making up this $6 million loss in our budget that has come about by someone just saying what something's worth? Because this is the state coming in and telling us that, right? They're telling us these state buildings are worth less, so we're going to pay you less money. Is that how it works?
Well, it's an attempt to make state assessed properties and personal property, I guess, the tax levy more fair to them. That's
more fair. Who is them?
State assessed properties, which would be all of your intermodal, your communication companies, your trucking companies, your
so we're making it
railways.
More fair for our businesses, and the more fair for them means they get a tax break. Yes. Okay, so the business communities are getting a tax break, and that's what this state thing did.
Essentially, they are reducing the assessments to those companies, yes.
Okay, and is there a formula that they do this by that somehow is fair and it's the same formula over the years?
Can I make? May I?
Okay. Please,
Vice Chair Smiley.
So I'm not going to speak to that, but I do know that Councilman Jones brought the assessor of property here to kind of give some clarity or some, and may be able to chime in on some of the more political questions that are being asked, and we can allow finance to do finance's job. But
Could we ask, Assessor Burgess, can you come up and explain that for me? Because I don't understand it. Thank you very much.
Good morning. If we could have your name and titles for our record, floor
Good
is
morning,
yours.
Melvin Burgess, Shelby County Assessor of Property.
Javier Bailey, Chief Administrative Officer for Shelby County Assessor.
The first thing I want to say is, we came down just to make sure that something that we brought before the administration prior to now, we talked about the OSAP. So we were just here today just to hear what the conversation was. We want just to make sure that y'all had a good understanding of what is OSAP, also what is the 2-year reappraisal cycle also. So I'm just gonna let my CAO just give y'all a recap of what we've been doing with OSAP.
Well, there's a couple of misconceptions. And
First thing you have to do is tell us what OSAP is.
Office of State Assessed Properties.
Okay, gotcha.
And I think this will help the council and the administration as well to have a little bit better understanding as to how this came about. So this is nothing new. The Tennessee statutes require that on the second year after every reappraisal, that you take the gross assessments, you could do it either gross value or gross assessments, either one is gonna come out with the same formula, same figures, and you divide that by what those assessments were at reappraisal. That gives you a ratio of either how far the market has grown or how far the market has fallen. Several years ago, with the last one being in 1998, the airlines sued the state of Tennessee and several counties and said that because they are assessed every year as opposed to every 4 years, it was unequal, that they were having to, their assessments were reflecting annual growth and annual losses as opposed to homeowners and regular businesses being assessed every 4 years, for this county 4 years. Some counties are 5, some are 6. Make a long story short and kind of cut to the chase, the reason it hasn't been such a big deal in the past is we've never seen this kind of market growth. And so the assessed values have, the change in assessments, that ratio has always been such that most municipalities were able to handle it. For the first time in the history that we have been able to find, it's been, the ratio was as high as it is now, which is almost 25%.
Okay, so help me again here on the ratio. Okay.
Market growth.
Okay, so it's, when you say market growth, is that just general markets or
no.
like
real
the stock
estate,
market
the
or
real estate market?
So what the real estate market
based on sales.
Okay, so
and it has moved since the reappraisal was in 2021. So from 2021 to 2023 in Shelby County, and most importantly here, the city of Memphis, there's been almost 25% growth in the marketplace.
So there've been 25% more sales.
Not more sales,
Just
the
value.
value.
So the value's gone up 25%.
You got it. Right. That is so.
Right. And so since it's gone up 25%, they pay less taxes?
They are going to pay less taxes.
Now, but on property that's worth more.
That is correct. Now, here's where it gets sticky. So we had been tracking it, we being the Burgess administration, we started tracking it in 2019, before the reappraisal. We started tracking growth because we saw it coming. I mean, property values in Memphis and Shelby County are double what they had been. And so as a result of that, we started warning, and this is what the assessor was saying, we started meeting with municipal leaders and warning them that you need to get ready because it's going to hit you kind of hard this time. In 2019, it was 12%. The assessor sued and said, we don't think it's fair that these big companies get such a huge break. And they self-report, by the way, at the state assessed property. So we don't know that the starting point from that break is accurate. Make a long story short, that suit, we were asked by the county attorney to see if we could resolve it a different way. So what we did was submitted a request to move from a 4-year reappraisal cycle to a 2-year or 1-year reappraisal cycle. that was rejected
by
the State Board of Equalization. Now, mind you, if the city of Memphis had supported it, it would not have been rejected. That's my opinion. But it was rejected, and Mayor Strickland and he and our friends. But I must say, he joined in with some of the suburbs in rejecting it. And as a result of that, the state board, led by the comptroller, said, well, we like the idea, but unless you have the cities on board, particularly your largest city, we're not going to approve it. So here you are today. I think that you're looking at about a $13 million shortfall overall. You're looking at just state assessed properties today. That's what the treasurer is speaking on. But you're also going to take a hit, the same hit, on your personal property accounts as well. And so it's going to be impactful. I was looking in my notebook.
Do we have anything we can do that would make a difference as far as going to a 2-year cycle rapidly? How do we do that?
Yeah. Well, and so you're on. So, city of Memphis is not the only major city in the state that has been hit this hard. In fact, Nashville and Chattanooga were hit harder. And so, as a result, the comptroller is now proposing that we all shift to more frequent reappraisals.
Yeah, they're going that way. And look, those counties, I mean, $6 million, $13 million is a lot for us, but the rural counties, when they get a $500,000 hit, it's big to some of those rural counties. They start clamoring.
Also, Chairman Carlisle, if you will, and then I'll be through, we have now, for the first time that I know of in the history of the state, and I worked with Councilmember Johnson in one of the administrations in the assessor's office prior to, and I'm a real estate professional. We have now filed appeals on every single one of the major state assessed property accounts. So we're challenging those assessments, and we found that we think we've got a sufficient basis for those challenges. So we may be able to reduce that. We're talking settlement with some of them at this point. There were 52 challenges initially. We're down to 48. So, and most of them are in the city of Memphis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Created quite a business for some of the law firms here. Yeah. I've got Smiley and Jones.
So I guess my question is, what are some of the other municipalities doing to kind of to support their budget when they know this shortfall is coming? There's a word for it, and I want somebody to say it other than me.
I don't know the word you're looking for.
Well,
Chair?
I'll answer that.
Raising taxes. What about that?
That's the word.
Well, it's not. It is. Taxes is a millage rate. You got vernacular that I guess we got to get there. You got options. You've got millage rate. You've got percentage of appraised value to get to the assessed value, and then you've got mark to market. And that's the real question: is when you get to the 2-year cycle, are you marking to market better? Because I'd tell you, and Joe's probably going to love this, but I'd tell you that there are probably properties out there that have not been marked to market in a while because of the 4-year cycle and the just sheer amount of properties that you guys have to run through. And so, I mean, the assessor's office is probably going to have to expand in order to get to that way because, and I don't remember the entire process, but it's not like you guys are pulling individual appraisals. You're taking certain appraisals and then applying them to submarkets, et cetera. And so if you get marked to market, you're following the appreciation theoretically, and sometimes depreciation in certain neighborhoods. So the value goes up. If the millage rate were to stay the same, the collections go up. If the value goes down and you need the proceeds to stay the same, you got to raise the millage rate or both. So, but anyway, sorry. Yeah, Chairman Jones.
Mr. Bailey, you talked about the personal property, but if you would just provide that clarification. We're talking about if the state assessed properties has been reduced by 25, 26%. So they also have to pay taxes on the personal property that they have, as opposed, in addition to, let's just say the buildings.
No, their personal property and their real estate is done by the Office of State Assessed Properties.
Okay.
Now here's the problem.
So with that though, but that state assessed property, personal property too, is going to be reduced.
That is correct, sir.
In addition, okay, that's the part I want to clarify.
They self-report, And so I'll give
And you might need to be a little bit closer to the mic.
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. Sorry about that. They self-report, just like personal property does on a normal basis. Everybody self-report. Now, as a homeowner, we value your property. You don't self-report that. We value it based on sales comparison, cost value, so forth and so on. So what our problem with this whole state assess deal is that if you're going to give them a 24% reduction, at least make sure the starting point is right.
It's fair, right? Yeah.
If it's been self-reported 30% too low, and you add another 24%, or you reduce another 24% from it, what they're really doing is paying 54% of their actual tax obligation. Now, we believe that to be unfair, and because the cost of government is not reduced, so somebody got to make up that shortfall. And so consequently, there are 435 of them. We didn't have the staff to appeal all 435. So what we did was we set a benchmark, and for those that were under 2.5 million, we let them go for now. And everybody above 2.5 million, we took exception and we challenged the comptroller's exceptions. Those are pending. We've got 2 lawyers assigned to it, and myself, and we're in an administrative capacity challenging them.
And my last question, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bailey and Mr. Burgess, can you just provide for informational purposes the type of properties, examples of companies that are assessed by the state as opposed to your office?
Yeah, okay. The assessor asked me to just go ahead and do that. So the airlines, there are only really 5 airlines that are involved, but the big ones are FedEx, American Airlines, Delta, and SkyWest, which handles United and some others. But most of them, other than FedEx, most of them don't have any real estate here. Yeah, it's all personal. That is correct, sir. Then we have the railroads. I will tell you, don't expect us to get anything with the railroads. So they're federally protected, and no matter what gains we make, they're gonna get it back. Yeah. So but we included them so it would be fair. Then trucking companies, that's the big one. There are a whole lot of them here, and they're big. And the barge companies as well. And I'm missing some. Pipelines and cell towers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, hey, I'd like to just add to what he said earlier about the personal property. Just look at it this way, right? So every year with personal property, the state picks, Councilman Jones, the personal properties schedules that they want us to look at. Now, it's self-supporting, right? So after they pick those, and we got not a team here, but we contracted out to get audited. So last year, from the audit, from those ones that were picked, we got back $1.6 million. So that tells you the self-reporting, how that is, the self-reporting. That's not hard to figure out.
All right, colleagues, any other questions? All right, gentlemen, thank you for your time today and for the education. We'll see what happens. I know you guys are working through the process. There's legislation that it's going to move it to a 2-year cycle, but it comes with something that may be unpalatable for the city. We'll see how it shakes out. We can talk about it. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Let's move on to item number, is it 2 or 1? 2. Item number 2. I knew with members rolling off and being a body that's been very supportive of the Accelerate project, I wanted just to allow the opportunity for the administration to highlight some of the progress and where they are on projects, and if members had any questions on specific projects in their district about when they were going to complete or what's going on, but an update on Accelerate in Memphis. Howdy. Name and title for the record.
Kevin Harlan, 110 South.
You meant press the button there. There you go.
Kevin Harlan, 110 South Yates.
Walter Person again, Deputy CFO, one of the Deputy CFOs, City of Memphis. We're going to start today. Thank you again, Chairman Carlisle, for this opportunity. We're going to just talk a little bit about where Accelerate Memphis stands now. And toward the end, we may load a couple of photos if you all are interested to let you see some of the current progress. And at that point, we'll then entertain some questions. That go to the next slide. So just by way of recap, Accelerate Memphis is a $200 million effort. It grew out of a debt cliff that was coming up in the next 2.5 years for the city of Memphis. And it was an opportunity for the city to move forward a lot of capital improvement opportunities to take advantage of that debt cliff in the current time. The way it was split out during the time it was created, there was $75 million, as you see on the screen, that was devoted to the Memphis 3.0 effort. It involved a lot of areas around town, several big projects, a lot of smaller scale projects that address much needed improvements that were combined with other efforts. There was $75 million devoted to our parks. And by our parks, I mean not only the green space, but also the community centers and upgrading them, creating more opportunities for communications, amenities for young and old alike. And then finally $50 million that was devoted to city assets. And that's things like FedEx Forum, Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, items like that that really were in need of a lot of tender loving care after a deferred maintenance cycle. Project approach, of course, it involved almost every major division in the city. Of course, this SLT team, Parks, Planning and Development Engineering, Public Works, HCD. It involved a lot of our new funding mechanisms that we have. ARPA, Fund 245 were also involved. The construction committee model was used to manage a project. We're still in the process of having bi-weekly director updates. And one of the tools that we found to be really invaluable for the effort was the Procore construction management software, which gives you, I would say, unparalleled visibility compared to kind of our current enterprise software in terms of how the projects are moving forward. With that, we're going to launch into the three main areas. We're going to start with parks, and on your screen you see, of course, we have the cover line, which funds a lot of the other efforts as we have cost escalation. But you have, in parks, we've had fairly good performance. We've seen, looking at parks improvements, construction management, playground resurfacing, going down the list, Rodney Baber Park, fairly good performance. Of course, Chandler Park and the Lichterman Adventure Playground have not begun yet, but for the most part, there's been fairly robust progress in the parks-related projects. This is the next slide for the parks-related projects. You see pavilion repair, Pine Hill, and we'll come back to Pine Hill a little later if you like. A lot of good work has gone on there. That's one phase of it. Aquatics, Audubon Park renovation, Geisman Park, another real win for the city. A lot of good work has gone on there at Geisman Park and Community Center, and they're both pretty much complete. I believe Geisman is actually had the ribbon cutting. That's right, Kevin?
Saturday morning.
Last Saturday, so well-attended event. Coming down through Gaston, Riverview, Whitehaven Community Center, another excellent project that's been doing well. Pine Hill Golf Course, I think we do have some photos of Pine Hill if you're interested in. Southwest Twin Drive-In has been a big focus area of this effort, as well as some Green Line projects. So overall, the park spend is right at 75%. So pretty strong performance. We go to Memphis 3.0, switching gears here a little bit. Memphis 3.0 is taking a little bit more time to get rolling. A lot of the projects here are also grouped. We have groups A, B, C, and D, and these were grouped according to certain programmatic issues related to the construction and requirements around those groups. Kevin can probably speak with a lot more intelligence on that than I can, but these efforts are all more or less underway. We have not seen as much spend as of yet, but we've seen good progress and good contractual relationships with our contract partners. So we look through the various groups as well as the various projects, we see an overall spend at the current time of $11,049,681 versus the budget of $88,885,549. I think it's important to note here that there were some snags earlier in the Memphis 3.0 project related to some contractor relations at least one site, and another site where we had to really spend a lot of time with right-of-way approvals and so forth. But at the current time, we have a great deal of these projects also under a fair amount of encumbrance. And finally, the citywide assets, which includes the AutoZone Repair Fund, FedEx Forum, Historic Melrose, which is, I think we have photos of that as well in the accompanying slides, Liberty Park, Mud Island Park, and then the 100 North Main building, which had its groundbreaking December 1st. So they're sitting right at about 58%. Of course, we're all very familiar with the ongoing efforts at AutoZone and FedEx Forum. So with that being said, that's the bulk of this presentation. Total expenditures for the Accelerate Memphis program is $96,549,819 against the original $200 million budget.
Perfect. Thank you. I've got a few questions, and I got a phone call, a concerned phone call this morning from an individual that we were going to start moving money around wholesale. That's not my intent. I can't control these animals up here, but I don't think that's going to be, money gets around, people start getting anxious. I do have a legitimate legal question though on bonds. And maybe because there 180 billion was CAB, it's slightly different, but I'm going to screw this up, but aren't we required under state law to expend 85% after 36 months of an issuance in order, we can't, let me go back to GEO bonds, which is what I'm more familiar with. In a GEO bond deal, we can't just issue bonds and sit on them in perpetuity. And so the comptroller has governance. Can you touch on that for a minute?
Sure.
And I would have asked this privately, but it just talking about it just reminded me.
Generally speaking, we have about 3 years to spend bond proceeds. Right now, we're in an environment where we can, I'll give an example. We could issue bonds and at a rate of 4%. We're in an environment right now where we can invest those proceeds at 5.45%, so we can earn more interest on the bonds than what we're paying.
Yeah, you're covering the arbitrage.
Yep, yeah. Arbitrage, that's exactly, you know where I'm going. So the federal government says, well, we don't want you to be able to just borrow money, invest it and earn money, create this money making machine. So basically you're restricted, your investment rate is restricted to the rate that you're paying on your bonds. They have a provision where if you are issuing bonds for capital projects and you expect to expend the funds within 3 years, and you got to meet certain spend down requirements, you got to spend a certain amount in a year, 2 years, 3 years, then you can invest the bond proceeds at a rate higher than what you're paying. If you go beyond the 3 years, which we have on a couple of bond issues, one in particular, then you're restricted to, you can't invest more than what you're paying on the bonds. Yep.
Perfect. Outside of that, though, I mean, to that point, I mean, not that the intent is to do that, and I'm looking kind of back at Zena because his group's managing, they're the facilitator. They're not necessarily responsible. They're facilitating a lot of this, but the anticipation is that the clip will pick up, and yeah. Okay.
Yeah, generally speaking, we try to spend bond proceeds within 3 years. If we go beyond a 3 year period, then we got to jump through a couple more hoops, but it's not the end of the world.
Gotcha. Do any council members have any questions about specific projects? Are they good? Okay. I've got one project that I'm curious about, which is Mud Island. So Mud Island is shown here as an Accelerate Memphis expenditure for $4 million. But the city filed with the state comptroller's office as a QPUF expenditure for $4 million last year as a TDZ expenditure. So was that money reimbursed back to the city through the TDZ?
I'm not familiar with that project per se.
I'll be specific. It's pretty elementary. We gave an allocation of $4 million out of Accelerate Memphis cabs to Mud Island for the specific purpose, if you look at the contract, for deferred maintenance. The city and the council assumed that that was coming out of the bond proceeds from Accelerate Memphis. The city of Memphis then filed this year in the state comptroller's report a $4 million expenditure in the TDZ documents, which would, to me, as a qualified public use facility, which to me would say we're asking to have the TDZ reimburse the city the money out of that bucket. Is that an accurate statement of why we would file that?
The report that the city files with the state regarding the use of TDZ revenue was for the period, for the prior fiscal year that ended June 30, 2022. At that time, we may have had TDZ revenue, surplus TDZ revenue that was available to pay for capital expenditures, and maybe that's what we did back then. But right now, there's no surplus TDZ revenues available to pay for capital expenditures. TDZ revenue currently is being used to pay the debt service on the bonds that are secured by the TDZ revenue, as well as debt service on bonds that are payable using TDZ revenue.
I guess I just don't understand. I'm looking at the comptroller's report, and it's for expenditures between 6/2/2022 and 12/10/2023, which would have been less than 9 days ago.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is where's the council's $4 million in Accelerate Memphis proceeds?
Expenditures as of the 15th of this month for Mud Island.
Hold on, back up. I see your report that says we spent that money. What I'm trying to tell you is no one has been able to tell me what the source of funding is. The public believes it's Accelerate Memphis bond proceeds. That may have been true. But then the city went and turned around and went to the state and said, state, we spent $4 million in the TDZ for a qualified public use facility. We would like to be paid back out of the TDZ fund.
Okay.
So where's the $4 million?
Council Chairman, we'll have to research that and get back to you.
I've been asking this question for 2 months. I have asked for access to our appropriation statements and have been denied through Oracle. I have asked for documentation for council records and can't find it. If I had not stumbled on this comptroller's report, no one would have been able to tell me that we even applied for reimbursement to the state comptroller through the qualified public use of the TDZ. Ironically enough, we're in the middle of trying to figure out if the council wants to give $3 million to Tom Lee Park, and this sure as heck would have helped. So I'm trying to figure out where the $4 million delta is.
And that's a valid question. I can't answer it at the moment, but I will definitely get back to you. I was under the understanding that you should have access to the appropriation statements now, but I will go back.
We
and
do
make sure
not.
that- okay.
We as of the end of last week, we do not. We are continually been told that we can get finalized reports in SharePoint. And I understand the finance office's concern about incomplete reports, but the reality is no business would run where they've got to go. It's cumbersome, the process today, and we are the appropriating body, and it's nice to have most of our staff, everybody on our staff has a master's degree. Most of them are licensed officers of the court. So I'm not worried about them doing anything nefarious or screwing up the system. But what it does create is it creates a very cumbersome process to get information. And when we only meet every other Tuesday, 1 week turns into 3 months, and then it turns into a term. So I'll get on this going forward. And this is meant to be firm but fair to Mayor-elect Young. I'm going to hop on Councilman Smiley's train here a little bit, but that will be an untenable start to his administration if this body, that is the appropriating body, does not have the ability to access its appropriation reports. I don't know any structure like that. That being said, I'm very concerned that we continually are being told that this money, every article, and here's the real rub, is I couldn't find a single appropriating document for Mud Island that actually this body appropriated and allocated for the purposes of deferred maintenance $4 million out of Accelerate Memphis in council records. So look, we have a problem as far as I'm concerned. And my staff and I have been looking at it from a distance, and now we're going to get elbows deep in it. And maybe there's a very simple explanation. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the report to the comptroller. but I don't think I am because we've expended funds before in Mud Island and never asked for reimbursement through the Qualified Public Use Facility of the TDZ. So again, it's been submitted. The comptroller's report has been returned and approved. So I'm just curious to know where that money is. That's a lot of money. So I appreciate that, and I assure you, whatever appointment comes my way as far as the chief financial officer is concerned, that will be a big sticking point for me. See, the text and emails have been flying. Chief Ryan,
Yes,
name and title for the record.
Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer. So I've just been texting with the IT interim IT director, who says that Brooke Hyman has access. If there is an issue with the access, we'll be happy to work through that. But he says that she's been given access to all divisions.
Fantastic, thank you. Still got to find the $4 million. More important than the access. I mean, like I guess I'm looking at the group. Who files our report to the state comptroller? And I'm not going to belabor the point because I know people are hungry ready to go. But
actually, I think I know the report that you're speaking about, Councilman. That report is filed with the state every September, and you're right, it is for the period for the previous fiscal year. That report has a history of all the expenditures of TDZ revenue, whether it's for the then current or most recently closed fiscal year, but also going back to 2017, even before then. If an expenditure is placed in that report, then it means that, and it shows TDZ revenue as a source of funding, then it means that we've already spent the proceeds on that particular expenditure, and not that we're requesting to get reimbursed for it. That report only includes expenditures that we've already paid for. Sometimes we have an expenditure that we incur. I'm just going to make up some numbers. Let's say we have an expenditure of about $1 million, and we only have like $900,000 in TDZ revenue. Well, that expenditure is paid for using proceeds within the debt service fund, and then once we get surplus TDZ revenue, we then reimburse the debt, not the debt service fund, the CIP fund. We then reimburse ourselves using surplus TDZ revenue.
So thank you. So this goes back, whether it has or hasn't, it's in the queue to be reimbursed. So now we know.
Yes.
And so, would have known.
They spend it, they send it to you.
Right. That's what I'm hearing. And the question is, it sounds like you guys, and you would know better than anybody, it sounds like that money has not been from the TDZ. Surplus cash reserves from the TDZ have not gone to reimburse those funds, as far as you know, to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge, we may have a few $100,000, but it isn't anything material that needs to be reimbursed. To my knowledge, I do know that there are a couple of projects that would like to be reimbursed using TDZ revenue. I think ACD has a few of them. Those expenditures may total like $2 to $3 million. But again, TDZ revenue first got to be used to pay debt service.
Yep.
And there isn't any surplus.
Got it. So, Ms. Keaton, since you and I are going to be teammates next year, from what I hear, I'm very excited. Will you make a note in late October, the second meeting in October, because this report was filed on September 27th.
Yes.
So what I would like to do on an annual basis is go over with finance and the council in budget, and go over, they file these reports for every TDZ in the city. So let's just follow up. Let's make a note in the calendar to follow up and have that as an annual meeting, just so we know what's going on, especially because we have a brand new one out of the fairgrounds. All right, I'm satisfied. Colleagues, do you guys have any other questions or comments about these projects? I know some are behind. I know some certain council members are a little frustrated, rightfully so.
Yes, sir. The first is your coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep, and I want everybody to understand that too, the ones that's coming back here.
Councilman Ford Sr. says you're on notice. Yes, sir. All right, colleagues.
I see a lot of other stuff, not mine. Yep, it's gonna be
Parks Director here? Are you going to do that for us?
Thank you, Claire.
I'm holding our first item so I can get more people from the council here to hear it. That's why I wanted to have the parks update first. You are up. Mr. Walker, thank you very much.
Nick Walker, Parks Director, 2599 Avery. I think we're slightly mislabeled on today, but we will go with, this is the Parks Quarterly Update. We got it ambitious when we said monthly. But
We can
essentially,
hope.
it's just our opportunity to to give y'all an update on where we are in Memphis parks. So, click on here. All right. You will notice in front of each of you is a Memphis Parks membership card. At this point, you have a profile in Memphis Parks. If you'll flip over to the back there, keep that super secret. Yes, that is your username and password. We would ask you to go to, well, and what's weird is I think there's something going on because it's
If they
showing,
misspelled our name, is it?
No. If they misspelled your name, we will definitely get that fixed. But for some reason, it's showing click share behind y'all. There we go. Okay, there we go. Good deal. If you'll go to the site and log in, and I give you a quick tutorial after this today, your profile has been loaded. We went in using information from council staff and got you set up. What we did not do is put in your actual birthday. So everyone in there has the same birth date right now. You're all generously 30 years old. Yeah, I figured. But we would ask you to go in and log in afterward. And again, I'll kind of show you a little bit of that information. Some of this is, again, to go ahead and get it set up. But this is also hopefully the path that members of the community will use, because what we'd like them to do, and again, we'll encourage you to push this information out to your constituency, is go ahead and create the profile before they come on site. It saves time because, again, it allows them to preload all the information. If they have children that are going to participate in any of the programs, it allows them to get them loaded in and all the information that we would need in order to be able to get them into summer camp, fall break camp, spring break camp, etc. after school. It would allow them to preload all of that information, and then when they get on site, take the picture that would allow them to be recognized if they don't have their card or once they scan in. Because again, at the end of the day, this is about a couple of things. One is allowing us to evaluate programs, make sure that we have the right type of programming to align with the needs of the communities that we serve, but also allows there to be a safety aspect to this, because at the end of the day, we want to know who is in our building and why they're in that building. There's a multitude of reasons, but at the end of the day, this is really the primary driver behind this, is to make sure that we've got a good idea of that information. So again, I'll give you a little bit of a tutorial later, but currently we have 10,621 profiles and 3,532 memberships. And the difference between those two things is, the first, someone has gone in and done what we've done for you today. The second is that they've come in and signed up for the actual membership. They've got a physical card like you have today. But again, most of the time that we've loaded a profile, somebody hasn't come in and actually gotten the physical membership card. And again, there's 194 programs, and I'll give you a little bit of a teaser of that later. Skipping over to golf, the Pine Hill Clubhouse, as my mom would say all the time, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. On December 29th, we'll be opening that facility to the public, and we'll encourage y'all to be out there. The go, no-go on that is going to be early next week. So should we have to push that back, but again, hopefully we don't have to, that'll be on December 29th. Audubon Links, we are done with that project. Unlike its sister course down at Pine Hill, it will have a temporary clubhouse for the foreseeable future. We will circle back to talk about that with y'all early next year. The growing of the turf is done and will be ongoing through the summer. Our hope is to have our first rounds of play in late June or early July. This year, we have again set another record, and this is, let's bear this in mind, this is with Audubon closed, our third most popular golf course closed for all of this fiscal year. We have had 58,859 records thus far, which again puts us on pace to have another record year, and 6,275 junior rounds, which again, remember that anyone under the age of 18 outside of the Galloway Golf Course does not pay a greens fee. Youth athletics. We've had Youth Basketball League kicking off in partnership with the Junior Grizzlies. This year, our Youth Basketball League is going to be a part of the Junior Grizzlies program. We've had Junior Grizzlies clinics. If you follow us on social media, you'll see that we had all of those at outdoor courts, which are pretty popular. So we did that at the Leicester facility. We did that down at the new courts down at Tom Lee. And also did it up at the Mount Moriah courts over by the police precinct. Volleyball clinics, soccer clinics, baseball clinics, and flag football. The total number of youth served approximately 6,000 as we work to make sure that our athletics are integrated into this rec desk program that again we'll highlight with you here shortly. This year, I can tell you that we did set a record number of participants in the last few years with the basketball clinic. And I think it's a testament to the leadership team we have over on the athletics side who worked to get the community centers to push kids into that program. Adult athletics, summer softball league, summer kickball league, fall adult softball, and fall adult kickball, all things we had in the last quarter. About 2,500 participated there. And then sports leagues, sports fields permits served an additional 4,800 between Toby Park, May Park, and Willow Park. And the distinction that I'll make there is the adults served in our leagues that we facilitated was about 2,500. But remember, there's lots of church groups, schools, etc. that, well, not schools as it relates to adults, but businesses that run their own leagues through our fields. And that was at about an additional 4,800. Aquatics. This is a list of the programs that we had in the last quarter. Swim lessons, youth free swim, Easter egg hunt, floating pumpkin festival, and our dive with Santa had about 4,500 that came through there because, again, that's not a registered activity. So, again, we're just doing kind of head counts on those. Total number of youth served in those were about 4,500. And then on the adult side, again, we offer adult swim lessons, water aerobics, line dancing in the pool, and free swim, and served about 2,500 on that. Family and senior services, youth 18 and under, we had our spring break camp, fall break camp, winter break camp, summer camp, egg extravaganza, fall festival, the oratorical contest, Parks Got Stars, and a read around the Christmas tree program. On the adult and senior side, we had a senior roundup, which took place over at Toby Park. Senior Olympics, the senior fall sneaker ball, which took place over at the Doubletree over off of Sandlin over in East Memphis. It was a huge crowd. I was there and constantly worried about the fire marshal. That's how large a crowd we had. But it was an awesome activity, and next year we look to do it again in a larger facility. But again, huge uptake on that. Senior meals, adult open gym, fitness classes, and line dancing. So the total number of youth served by our programs this year is 227,081. Total number of adults served, approximately 176,345. and seniors served approximately 70,880. Health and wellness, as Councilwoman Swearingen Washington is aware, we have some new fitness equipment over at the Glenview Community Center. I know, we was right. But as you can see, and again, love for any of you that haven't been to Ed Rice, Gaston, Glenview, or the new Geisman Community Center. All of those have been outfitted with new modern fitness facilities. And again, we will continue to push that in the regional sites to make sure that there is a health club quality facility available to the citizens of Memphis in their area, in their district. Fitness classes, Project Diabetes, the Memphis Parks 5K, we had huge numbers at it, and staff training and certain certifications are among the highlights from this quarterly update. Play Your Park. This spring we had the spring break main for the second year. The Good Friday basketball tournament, an All or Nothing Madden tournament, an NBA 2K Ballers tournament. For any of those who are unaware, we've been doing a lot more in the video game space. Part of it is because we have the big video board that we can bring outside and do when the weather works, but also because it draws huge numbers. We have a lot of uptake and participation. We've done a couple of those tournaments, the Madden and 2K in particular. We gave away a PlayStation 5, which I'm sure drew larger numbers, but it was also really well received. And just, it's something that we're really proud of the PYP program for coming up with this innovative programming. Teen Fest 2023, which Councilman Smiley jumped in and out, but he was a huge advocate and supporter of that. Really wonderful activity. High school 7-on-7 football tournament, Play Your Park summer program, Family Fun Fridays, Liberty for All, the Movies in the Park series, which takes place in the spring and the fall. Santa in the Park, which was huge this year. We did it over at Audubon Park. The first night, weather caused us to push it over to the McFarland Community Center on the second night, but both nights were really huge. Someone in the room was Mrs. Santa at the activity. Date night in the park, again, was another innovation that Play Your Park did, where it allowed folks to register, come out, have a really nice experience over at and I'm going blank on the Marquette Park. Had a tent, brought in catering to do the event. It was a really nice event. Yoga in the Park series just continues to grow. And again, the total number of citizens served is around 25,000. Capital improvements. We completed several major improvements this year, including the links at Pine Hill, which was the renovation to the golf course. Still holding out hope on that December 29th on the clubhouse itself. The Hollywood Splash Pad, the Gaston Community Center, Splash Pad at McFarland Community Center, and the Geisman Community Center, which again, we had the groundbreaking. I know there was a conflict because of the passing of Councilman Canale's father. I believe the service was on Saturday. But we would love to have y'all out to the Geisman Community Center. I told the crowd there Saturday, it is the most expensive community center that we've built as Memphis Parks. Some of that is inflation and the fact that we've gone 20 years without building community centers. But some of it is also a testament to where I think Memphis Parks is going in terms of building the types of facilities that meet the community's needs. It's really neat. It was a wonderful experience. Several hundred people out there to check out the new building. And then again, our hope is to open the links at Pine Hill Clubhouse in about 2 weeks. In the next few months, we will complete the Whitehaven Community Center Banquet Hall. The hope was, that's an Accelerate Memphis project. I know y'all got an update on that earlier. There were some serious issues with having to relocate utilities that had been running basically where the new building was going that delayed that project. But again, our hope is in the first quarter of next year, we'll have the banquet hall at the Whitehaven Community Center open. It's really impressive. If you've ever been to the Burt Ferguson Community Center up in Cordova, like that, but 20 years newer. It will have the ability to have a catering kitchen. Was that?
Say that one more time.
But 20 years newer, I understand. And we will tell you that right now our two most rented community centers, although Ed Rice is pushing them, are the Hickory Hill Community Center and the Burt Ferguson Community Center. And when we say that Ed Rice is pushing them, those are the three newest.
Because they're new.
They're newer. And again, so Geisman will be incredibly well used. And I think based upon what we've seen at the links at Whitehaven, and actually Councilman Ford and I have had this conversation, there's a lack of affordable event space in Whitehaven. There's some really expensive places, but there's a lack of affordable space. This will allow us to meet that need there. And again, I think we'll see more of these as we go on. We made sure that there was a lot of available rental space in Geisman, and that'll be incorporated in the design of Leicester as well, is making sure that there's space for the community to meet. The renovations at Riverview Community Center, it also was one that our hope was to have open by the end of the year, but delays there in the construction side have pushed it back. But again, that will definitely, knock on wood, be open before too long in the spring. Our hope is to have that available for the spring break camp. And then again, we broke ground last week on the new Leicester Community Center, which will be an 18-month construction project with the hope of being open in time for summer camp of 2025. And with that, a weird picture of us from 901 Day. That's the park staff from September when we. Listen, man, we spent a lot of time with flags. I get it. But it is. You see it now? Yes. Okay. All right. Good. All right. As long as that's. We should have had like 2 more people on the one. I think that would have helped us out. But the good news is we're gonna get another crack at this next year, hopefully.
We have one question from Councilwoman Logan.
I did not hear anything about the study that you all were supposed to start in this year.
We have started working with a consultant to have a feasibility study done. The goal really on a true feasibility study like that, because we've done feasibilities for new builds and a couple of other things, but for one that takes into account usage, I think that study is going to kick off in earnest in the warmer weather, so that we get a better understanding of how it's all incorporated. But no, we have not forgotten about it, and there will be a consultant that we're working with right now on getting a contract put in place so that we can begin that study.
I would want to see next month you all come back with some more information that's concrete with a timeline, because I don't want to wait half my next term before y'all finish the study. And then we don't have enough time to get started, because there's, as you said, in my district, Burt Ferguson, Raleigh, those are very old and in need of a lot of attention. And I do understand having the study to decide the best use, but I want to I didn't hear anything. I was waiting to hear something about this. So
we'll
please come back on that.
Sure.
Have a report where you are next meeting.
Or you can send it before the next meeting.
No. We'll get you an update. I mean, again, and so just so that you're aware, part of this is obviously the administration change. In order to facilitate, should the study come back, just as a hypothetical here, and say we need to invest a huge amount of money, making sure that the administration participates in that process so they're aware of it. We're not just going, oh, here you go. I think was intentional on our part. And so when I say warmer weather, part of it is making sure that the next administration is a part of this process. But you're right, we don't need to delay it anymore. And I think making sure that you're aware of the timeline on that is something that I'll make sure happens.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
We need a study done for Glenview as well.
It's for the whole.
Yeah. So there's 2 different things. Right now, what is taking place is that Director Adams' group in General Services is evaluating the deferred maintenance and operational needs of all of our buildings.
Okay.
So not just parks buildings, but police stations, fire stations, et cetera. What was specifically requested by Councilwoman Logan was that we take a look at the Raleigh Community Center in particular and say, are there, when you do a feasibility study, you're saying, do we keep this building? Do we tear it down and build a new one? Do we try to fix it up? And I think that was the request there. Glenview is a little bit different in that there was a major renovation of that, an expansion of that building that was done not recently, but in terms of parks history recently. And so I think we can evaluate that. Yeah. Was that?
We want a banquet hall.
You want a banquet hall? Well, truth be told, that giant room, I think we can talk about making some changes to it. But when it was added on to the community center, that was sort of the intent because it's got a kitchen connected to it and it's a large space. Nobody would call that a banquet hall, but I think there is a chance to take that space and make it into a more usable space. And that would be my suggestion, just based on my experiences in that space, because it gets used a lot.
It does.
But you're right, nobody's going to confuse it with a banquet hall.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Smiley?
Now, y'all know my favorite thing to suggest to this council is we don't have to ask for anything.
That's right.
Council,
That's
if there's
right.
something you want to see done, we're going to make it happen. We're not asking for permission anymore. We're gonna
Thank
do it.
you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, let me show you real quick the website, just so that, again, since you all have your memberships.
Let me know.
Yeah. Events, okay. All right, so this here, again, once y'all go, you'll click sign in, like I'm doing, obviously. Use your login. It's on the back of your card. Oh, we're not going to save that on public computer. But again, go in, put in your information, which again, mine's already filled out. But again, for your constituents, because what they're really looking for is to go in here, click on programs, and take a look. And the nice thing is over on the side over here, we've got it broken down into the types of activities that are going on, the demographics that are looking for. So adults 50 plus, 55 plus, after school, arts and culture, athletics, camps, dance. I've got a soon-to-be 5-year-old daughter. I want to see what's available in dance. Ed Rice Majorettes, Ed Rice Tiger Cheer, Hickory Hill, Lady Lionettes, Hickory Hill.
This is impressive.
Yeah. And again, the idea is as we roll this out, so just to give you, speaking of timelines from earlier, we now have the technology to do the scanning in and out and use those cards. We are going to start with our 7 regional sites, and beginning January 2nd, when folks come into the center and go over to sign into the manual sheet that they've always signed into, we will encourage them to go online and create that profile. And then come back to the center once they've got the profile created. We'll give them a card, take their picture, make sure that all the stuff is filled out correctly. Any documentation they need for kids, et cetera, is done then and there. And that going forward, that will be how they get into the community center. And once we have done that at the 7 regional sites, we'll start pushing that down to the smaller neighborhood sites so that ultimately, when this is all said and done, when you walk into the Memphis Parks Community Center, you scan in so that we know who is in the building and why they're there. And it will be a cultural change for some. So, I mean, I'll just warn you that there will be community members that'll go, why do I have to create a membership? Why do I need to do this? It's my community center. I've gone there for 20 years. For your safety.
And we'll tell them, we're trying to make it safe for everyone. Thank you very much. Do we have any further questions? If not, we'll get to item number 1. Thank you very much, Chief. Item number 1 is a resolution approving a management agreement between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Memphis Brooks Museum of Art Incorporated to manage and operate downtown museum facility, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Go right ahead, Chief, and do your presentation for us.
Dr. Warren, I move it.
Oh, so moved? Seconded. Thank you very much. Moved by Johnson, seconded by Swearingen Washington. while they're getting that up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have them give their presentation, and then we have people here from, I guess, the Conservancy or the group that is in a lawsuit with them now about that property. I'm going to let them present to us too, so we can hear both sides of this situation.
While they're pulling up the presentation, I'll go ahead and just sort of introduce things to everyone. My name is Shandell Ryan. I am the Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. This operating agreement is between the City of Memphis and the Memphis Brooks Museum, and it is to take place once the new construction is complete for the new facility. Part of what the Brooks Museum needs is to have this operation agreement in place so that they can continue to fundraise. As you know, that this facility is about $180 million. We've invested about $30 million in the facility, and Ms. Zoe Kerr will be able to tell you a little bit more about what it looks like, and you've had some updates about that. But this agreement essentially will be put in place at the end of construction. It is for a 25 plus 25, total of 50-year term of agreement. And just to speak a little bit about what's happening with the lawsuit, in the event that the museum is unable to, by whatever happens with the court, if they're unable to move forward, then this agreement would not come into effect. And that is an explicit term that is within the agreement, so it would not affect what we have, what we're going through with the litigation. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kerr to talk a little bit about it.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Zoe Carr, Executive Director of the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art. And we were here back over the summer giving you a little design update, so I'm going to be very brief today. But just a reminder, we are building a $180 million facility that will really transform both the museum and, we believe, the city of Memphis. It will have 50% more dedicated gallery space and 600% more art-filled public spaces. So that is a gigantic community courtyard and a huge roof garden, as well as a new park connecting the museum to the Cossett Library, Monroe Plaza, that will all be made available to the public without a ticket. So the intent is very much to both share the city's art collections, but also make lots of free art-filled spaces available to those who aren't sure that they want to be museum goers quite yet. We have been under construction since August of this year. Our crane is currently going up, so we have been building steadily, and our expectation is that we will be done with construction at the very end of 2025 and opening in 2026. And this is just a view of the facade. What was there before, obviously, was this parking garage and the fire station, and we're really grateful to the City of Memphis for their support, not just in terms of the campaign, but also in tearing those down and relocating the fire station. And this new facility designed by Herzog and Demeron is what will replace it. Lots of glazing all along that Front Street facade with the goal of making the museum open, accessible, engaging to all. And then this is the backside, so really transforming the river view. And we hope, together with the massive investment in Tom Lee Park, really reshaping the river district here in downtown Memphis. And I want to turn things over to the chairman of my board, Carl Person, to say a few words.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Carl Person, chairman of the board, Memphis Brooks Museum of Art. Just want to remind the commission that all 12,000 kids that come to the museum each year represent part of your district. They're from all over the city. One of the things that we're doing now as a leadership team is we're looking at making the museum diverse for all people and not just a few people. So we're being very intentional about that. When I mention all people, I'm talking about seniors, I'm talking about kids, I'm talking about people of every single neighborhood, because it's certainly going to be a jewel for Memphis. We're investing a ton of money. As Dr. Carr mentioned, the city is in for $30 million. Our goal is to raise another 150 for a total of $180 million. One of the studies from someone a lot smarter than us has also determined that when kids are engaged in art and exposure to art, then their behavior is certainly is something that is turned to be very positive. And certainly right now in this city, we need kids to be very positive, especially in their behavior. So when you look at this museum, it's not just for the downtown district. It affects every single neighborhood in this city because every single neighborhood is represented by this museum, and we feel that it is a jewel and a beacon of light and something new for the city to be extremely proud of. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of our Brooks team? Let me call up a representative. I guess Ms. McLean, did you have something you wanted to say or presentation? And then we'll maybe have our attorney come and give us some answers or to questions. Just have a seat, state your name and address and who you represent. You have to hit the button, make it turn green.
Push. Got it. Thank you.
Get it close.
Super. I'm Virginia McLean. I live at 3838 Poplar, right near the University of Memphis. And I'd like to say, first of all, I'm here representing a group called Friends for Our Riverfront. We are the successor group to the Chickasaw Bluff Conservancy. We've been around since we formed in 2003. And our goal is really the free, open, public access to the riverfront. I need to tell y'all too, we are not against Brooks Museum. We are against the misuse of the particular piece of property that they have selected to build on. First of all, could I get you I don't have fancy visuals, but I would love for y'all, I know you've been to the beach and walked on the beach, to Chicago and seen their incredible lakefront, to Detroit and seen their Riverwalk, which has transformed their city. And that's what we want for our riverfront. We have filed suit to protect the rights of everyone, everybody in this room, including those connected with Brooks, your constituents, our descendants. We believe that we are doing this to have a world-class riverfront for the city of Memphis and to protect the rights of every individual here. The Tennessee Supreme Court has ruled that Brooks Art Museum and the city do not own the piece of land that they want to build on. Brooks currently does not have a building permit for the actual museum. They have one to build the underground garage, the footings for the museum, and what would be the storage area, which will be underground. And if y'all are like me, I hope it doesn't leak. But anyway, all that aside, so they don't have a building permit. There's been no decision by the courts about whether it's right to allow them to build on this particular piece of property. There are lots of pieces of property downtown that Brooks Museum could build on. We feel like this request to y'all for a management contract is extremely premature. I believe they just said that it won't need managing until it opens, which is in 2026. They just told you they're trying to raise money. They do not have the money to build this building. And really and truly, what is it obligating all of us to? We have seen no contract. It's not noticed. This is being pushed. I don't really understand why. I don't know why this can't wait, why y'all can't get the information you need. How much money are they? It says on here that they do need a new contract for this, and that there will be an annual expenditure of operating and capital funds. What does that mean? Where are the details? What should y'all really know before approving this contract, which seems not an emergency? And really what we're asking you to do is to delay today, not push this, not be pushed yourselves, but just think about this issue, get the details before you make a decision. If the court rules they can build down there, then by George, give them all the money you can if you want to. But it just seems like this isn't the time to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. Wait 1 second. Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Ms. McLean.
Thank you.
You indicated that the city and the Brooks doesn't own the property. Who are you asserting is the owner of the property then?
That's correct. The Tennessee Supreme Court in 1965 made that ruling, and the land therefore is still owned under all that by the descendants of the people who gave this land to the city to use. They do not, their responsibility, let me see, they're bound, the descendants of which I'm one, are bound by that agreement, just as is everyone else. We can't go out there and sell it or build anything else on it, or it's dedicated, it's not donated, it's dedicated as a greenway along the riverfront for free and open use by everybody in Memphis.
Ms. McLean?
Thank you for asking that.
Why did we have a parking lot and a fire station built there, if this is the case?
Those are great questions, and the Supreme Court ruled decision was not until 1965. Back when the garage was built, I think the city, just like today, they wanted, they believed that to keep downtown going and businesses going, they needed a parking garage. So they agreed to build a parking garage there. The newspapers all report that it was going to be underground with gardens and parks and a promenade on top. As you see, that didn't happen. There was actually, I believe, and I don't know this, but I think there was a big skirmish. Boss Crump was sort of controlling the city at that point. I think there was a skirmish between him and the mayor, who subsequently resigned and who actually filed the lawsuit in 1965 to protect the land and to determine who actually owned it. So maybe that answers some questions. And let me just say too, Councilman Warren, we are thrilled that the city has torn down the parking garage. We have been asking them to do that since 2005. I know that the fire headquarters was no longer, couldn't stay there because of earthquake sensitivity.
Wondering how it got built. Is it, because it got built too on the same property.
Correct. And that was before the Tennessee Supreme Court ruled that the city did not own the land. Nobody ever has tried to get it torn down, but we did hope that it would be torn down. So really,
Ms. McLean,
it was before that.
Sorry, Mr. Jones, go ahead.
I have a couple other questions. So, if not the Brooks, what would be an acceptable use of this property?
I think it's a great question, and truthfully, the whole thing is supposed to be the riverfront, a greenway. In 2017, Studio Gang designed it looked like they were going to reuse the fire department building. I don't know, I wish I had brought these pictures, and then it was all green around it. It was something that I think everybody could have lived with. What it takes to, so as a descendant, the only right I have is to enforce the easement. If it had stayed like Studio Gang's design was, with all this beautiful green space and a cultural amenity there, whether it be a small art museum or a sculpture garden or whatever, I don't think anybody would have ever filed suit to protect the land, because I think that would have been a good use of it. But, let's see. Oh, I have pictures. Can I pass these to y'all of the 2017 plan?
So, Ms. McLean,
it showed a greenway.
I'm of the opinion that we are being held hostage.
I think you are.
From doing anything to improve that area down there. And so it's my understanding that this essentially runs, what are the boundaries that we're talking about? As I understand it, it's pretty much everything between Front and Riverside Drive, probably all the way up to Mud Island to the north, and then how far south does it go? But based upon something that took place 200 before anybody in this room was ever here, we're saying that we can't. To me, this restriction and this challenge is saying that we don't want a world-class riverfront. And as I think about the riverfront and the view of, and maybe I'm just too, maybe I've visited other cities and want Memphis to have a nice skyline and have condos that would overlook the river. But to say that, well, we can't do this because I can recall that there were plans to have a new convention center hotel on the garage that's right behind us. But we can't do it. But I would contend that this particular use, and when you're talking about, and I know it's a different scenario if we were talking about a private developer coming in and putting up 30-story condos and selling them for $1 million a piece. That's different. But the nature of a nonprofit organization, for them to maintain their tax-exempt status, there has to be some public good from what they're doing. And I would contend that this intended use that the Brooks will have for that museum and improving what would be, I think about just downtown Memphis, looking at how the view of downtown Memphis. The last time we had a new building, somebody correct me, was the Morgan Keegan Tower. And I was in high school. And I've been out of high school almost 40 years now. So to look at the Brooks being an addition to when somebody's coming over the new bridge or the old bridge and says that Memphis, we want to see our downtown landscape and view from wherever improve. And to me, this is a project to do that. And I'm just not a proponent. I wish there was some way, and I would hope that maybe this council and the next administrator, or could be those down the line, maybe come up with some type of settlement agreement, because the longer that we wait, there will be more descendants, there will be more potential people who would be there'll be more descendants of Overton family who place these restrictions on the use of this land. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any other comments, questions?
May I address that just for a second?
Yes, and then I'm going to call back up the Brooks team because I have a couple
Please
questions
do.
from them.
That's great.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say that I've written a book on Memphis. I love Memphis. This is my home. I'm not against growth in Memphis. I'm just against the wrong kind of growth. And I'm against denying people the right to the waterfront. I think that if you look at Detroit, they've built a public Greenway waterfront. It's growing every year. It's been incredibly beneficial to their city. I think that when you look at downtown, the Harahan Bridge has been incredible. I'm hoping that the Tomley Park will be an incredible asset. I believe Greenbelt Park is an asset. I think we have an opportunity that most cities in the country would give their eye teeth for. This land is free to use for the right way. And I just take this liberty to remind you that Brooks is a private institution. It is not a public institution. You will have no control over what they do and don't do with that building, with that land. So I think those are all important. And I just think that it would be good to stop and wait and really give other people a chance to meet with you, to talk with you, and not to put this through without even knowing what it's obligating financially the city to. They need a lot more money. Thank you.
Before you leave, Ms. McLean,
Sure.
how would signing this contract to manage a museum in 2 years be detrimental at this point to your situation? How would that hurt you?
Truthfully, I'm not sure, but it seems strange that they want you to do it right now while this is in the courts. I would hate to see the city get entangled in y'all get entangled in that. I just think it would make sense. There's no emergency for this contract. It just seems like it would be smart to wait.
One of the things that you talked about was a promenade on the river.
Correct.
And what I think this current design does is, right now our promenade goes behind the law school, right? And it's up above. We have a high promenade up above. And then the next place it comes in, which is a walkway, is at the foot of Union, where you get back on it after you cross the railroad tracks and you go up the promenade headed toward Hanrahan Bridge.
Correct.
Okay, and then when it gets up to that development, it goes back into the neighborhood. So it's not completely along the river the whole way there. How is this different from the way they're proposing this? How's that different from what we already have at that part?
Okay, that was a compromise at the time between Henry Turley and the city, and to me, it should have gone in front of those buildings. I mean, I think it would have been a much better long-term decision. But that was a Boy Scout trail that was being enforced so that the public could use it. Right now, what we're talking about is a clear space that the opportunity is here now to do this right and not to block the land. We made a mistake with the parking garage. It blocked downtown from the river, and we didn't have the growth, Chairman Jones, that you've been wanting to see. So I think that we just don't need to repeat a past mistake.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody knows the harm because the agreement hasn't been noticed yet. So nobody knows.
We haven't even seen it.
I mean, you don't know.
Ms. Carr, could I ask you to come up for a question?
Thank you. Should I go back?
Yeah, have a seat.
Thank you.
Thanks, sure. Dr. Carr, excuse me. Dr. Carr, part of, I think, what we're hearing is that we're looking at a promenade that Ms. Overton, Ms. McLean and the Overtons were looking at seeing. And I understand that the way that the museum was developed, the promenade actually comes back up to Front Street and then goes back down the side to get to the bottom. Is that the way you guys are planning it? And what was there ever before a plan that said, no, we're just going to take it straight through the museum and bring it down?
So I think, just to answer your first question, the proposal is actually that there are multiple promenades, that we're replacing no promenade with many, many ways of wandering through and having access to the river and the view of the river and of the city. So by adding the park...
Can you explain that, sort of what you mean by that?
Exactly. So by adding the park on Monroe Plaza, we're actually opening up the promenade that runs behind the library. So right now that's blocked from view. You have to know it's there, and the proposal is to remove the wall that blocks it from view and create a plaza. So directly, instead of having to cross a street, you would now walk through a plaza, so a protected pedestrian area. Then you have a choice. You can either go along a much wider sidewalk along Front Street and a much wider sidewalk along Union. Both are almost 30 feet deep and have landscaping all along. So the intent is very much to provide a promenade experience, right? And a promenade, by definition, is a space for walking. So that is provided. An alternative, of course, is to come into the museum, either at the parking garage level or through the lobby, and take the elevator up to the roof, where there's a quarter-mile walking track that gives you views all the way around. So promenading is very much embedded in the museum, in both the spirit and the design of that new facility.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay. All those in favor of this approving the management agreement and seeing this down tonight with favorable opinion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It will go down tonight for, and there was a request for same night minutes. I don't see a reason that we should have same night minutes unless everyone really wants it. That will give people time to talk and we can bring it back if necessary. But that at least allows that to occur on a regular basis. Okay? So we are now adjourned. That passes.
It's a learning situation for me. So let us proceed. May I have quietness in the audience? Thank you so much. I need to be heard for the last time, JB.
All right now.
All right. Okay, today we have actually 5 items on the agenda, but due to time restriction, we're going to actually only address one, and item number 4 is being asked to be held until January the 9th. So items number 2, 3, and 5 will be discussed this afternoon in the full agenda downstairs. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Canali.
Is it on?
It's on.
Does this have to be on? Try it.
All right, there you go. Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Covett, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearinger Washington,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. First item is a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Yale Road between Austin P. Highway and Rambill Road for Dr. Sammy Holloway. It affects District 1, Super District 9, being sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, would you like to speak on this item?
Thank you, Chair and colleagues. Dr. Holloway is going to be retiring, and some of you may know he is a pastor in the Raleigh area, has been for a long time, and done many things in the area. And I was approached about this honorary name change, and just wanted to bring it forward.
Item has been moved by Logan and second by Robinson. Are there any questions from any colleagues? Not hearing any or seeing any. Let's vote on this. All in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition? Not hearing any opposition, this item will go down with a favorable recommendation.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chairman.
I'd like to make a motion that we hold item number 2 and 3. It's about 2:30, and we have 2 items that are going to be an executive that's going to be extensive discussion. So I'd like for us to hold items 2 and 3, and then item 3 and 4, we hear those downstairs.
Okay, it's to hold until January the 9th?
Yes.
Okay,
I would object to the motion.
There's been an objection to the motion. Second.
I second the motion.
For the objection? Okay, what did you say then?
He seconds his
I
motion
second.
to hold.
I
Morgan and I object to the hold.
I seconded Councilman Jones's motion. Okay, we have 2 people objecting to the
Okay,
hold.
that's what I was thought was going on. Okay, I guess we need to have a vote on
Madam
this.
Chair, can I speak to the motion?
You may.
So you're requesting that items 2 and 3 be held until January?
Yes.
Is that correct? So obviously this is something that's been in the works for the neighborhood for over a year, and in terms of its process to come into council and land use control board for months. Y'all have seen the emails. We have got 5 council members that are leaving, council for good today, and you got 5 new ones that would have to come in. All those emails are going to have to be resent. All those contacts are going to have to be remade and restarted if you want to hold this to January. We've got over 100 people getting on buses right now that are already paid for to come down here, that have already gotten babysitters, that have already taken time off work to have their day in front of the city council, and be voted up or down on the merit of this case. I think we need to hear this today. We do not have that heavy of agenda. A lot of the things that we had to discuss today have kind of already been punched out or discussed in committee or will be during executive. And I think we owe it to them to hear it now, and it would be in the best interest of this council to do so as well.
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak in objection? Okay, let's call for, do I need to have a vote on the objection first?
No, just a vote, right.
Okay, that's what I said. Okay, we're going to have a roll call vote on the request for a hold. Please make a roll call vote. Those present. on the road. You got opposition?
I have a question
Okay.
before we
Yes.
get into that.
Uh-huh.
Because of, I understand what our chairman is saying about time. Can we hear it downstairs rather than hearing it up here?
They're saying.
Correct.
They,
downstairs if you vote against the hold.
right.
Okay, repeat that again, Madam Chair.
Okay. What's happening is, we have first was going to propose sending everything downstairs for a discussion.
Okay.
In the meantime, Chairman Jones made the recommendation that we place the two items on hold completely, and not completely, and let the vote occur in January. Then we received an objection to the hold. So we now are at a point where we need to vote on the hold. Should the hold take place or not?
I was missing
That, did that okay for the last day, didn't you? You had two objections to the
Let's take a
hold
vote.
and two pieces for the hold. So you had both. So we're gonna take a vote at this time, roll call, for the hold. Should the hold take place or not? To clarify, a yes means that it would occur in January. A no means we will hear it today. Yes for January, no for today, the hearing will take place. We can take it downstairs
It'll be
today.
downstairs, yeah.
You may begin. The ones here, right?
Councilman Covet,
No.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Logan.
Yes means that we will hold it until January the 9th. No means let's deal with it today.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, we would move it, in this committee, we would not hear it. We would move it downstairs without a recommendation. And we, like I said, we've already got over 100 people that are going to be down there tonight to debate this.
Okay, we got that.
Okay.
Come on, let's move. Logan.
Councilman Morgan,
No.
Councilwoman Robinson.
So what should my answer be if I want to hear it downstairs?
No.
No.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
No.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
Johnson.
No.
Fails.
So we'll hear it downstairs.
You have to declare what it is. Let her do a job. Tell us how many no's and how many ayes, please.
Okay, so we have 5 no's and 4 ayes.
Okay, the no's won, so we will hear this afternoon, later in full council. And I move we send it down without recommendation.
Second, without objection.
Okay. Okay. Being that item number 5 will go downstairs,
Good afternoon. The hour is 2:48. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Carlisle? Here. Councilman Colvett? Oh, thank you. Councilman Colvett? Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Johnson? Councilwoman Logan? Councilman Morgan? Councilwoman Robinson? Councilman Smiley?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington? Councilman Warren? Chairman Jones?
Here. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Before we get started, I would like to recognize and welcome back Miss Ashley Hayes. She has rejoined the legislative division as a deputy chief administrative officer. This is, we have a great staff. The staff will only get better. I just regret not having more than a year to work with the wonderful staff that we've compiled. And so Miss Hayes was with this staff for quite some time. And, you just talk about somebody that I am particularly proud of because she came in as an EA and then she earned her way to be an analyst, and it was instrumental in this particular department. Well, in the council office, when we had, in a short period of time, to have probably close to 60 years of experience walk out the door. So we've just had some great staff to fill in where I thought that we were going to maybe take a pause or a step back. It's folks like you, Ms. Hayes, that kept us from doing so. So welcome back. But as this being my last time as the chair in the executive session, it has been a pleasure to work with all of you, especially, and I just have to go back to the staff. As I tell everybody, the work that the council does is largely on the shoulders of the people who are here 5 days out of the week, 8 hours or longer during the day, because we can't do the work without them. So thank you, staff. It's been a pleasure to work with you all. Colleagues, we have 2 items on our discussion for executive today. The first one is a discussion regarding the Memphis City Council's rule of procedures, all council district. This is requested by Vice Chair Smiley. Vice Chair Smiley, you got the floor.
Absolutely. So I think at the last council meeting, we passed a resolution to amend the city council rules and procedures, specifically as related to the committees. One of the things that we did in the prior resolution that we voted on was separated housing and made housing by itself. And then if you look at the last one, it says libraries, neighborhoods, and community developments. What we did this time is we made housing and community development one committee, as it should have been. It was an oversight on our part last time. And now it's libraries and neighborhood improvement. So it's kind of restoring things to the way they should be. So now we have housing and community development as one committee, and libraries and neighborhood improvement. Yeah. So restoring things is the way they should be, because housing and community development should be together. And that's essentially what this resolution does.
Okay, and so that's a modification?
Modification.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of this item that has been moved and properly second, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Item number 2 is a discussion regarding the Liberty Bowl transfer. All council districts requested by Vice Chair Smiley. Vice Chair Smiley, you have the floor.
Absolutely. So I think it's well documented by the various reporting outlets and media outlets. I think a couple weeks ago, this body received a resolution and a request from the administration asking this body to approve a transfer of the Liberty Bowl. However, with very limited information. I think me saying limited is being somewhat kind. And, there's various questions by this body about the particular how it will work, the authority that we had to make the transfer, what assurances we would have as it relates to the other institutions that utilize the Liberty Bowl. So since that time, and there was also a request from me regarding a seat on the board. Since that time, we've had extensive conversations with the University of Memphis, and I'd see them, and so I asked them to come up too, and Mr. Beach to come up as well. had extensive conversations with the University of Memphis, Mr. Smith, and with a lot of input given by this council at the last council meeting. So we had those meetings. We talked pretty at length about it, and essentially what we came up with while utilizing some of the feedback by this council in the committee meeting was essentially what we essentially agreed on was a new committee would be created, and University of Memphis has acquiesced to this to discuss the progress of the stadium renovation, possibly continue after it's completed. This would give the city, some say in what happens going forward, without, specifically dedicating a board. So essentially be an advisory board. I think the Auxiliary Service Foundation would potentially have a seat on the advisory board. City of Memphis would be able to nominate and approve by the council seats on the board, and I believe the University of Memphis will have a seat on the board. So that way, when we talk about potentially transferring a city-owned asset, thank you for outlining it very specifically because I didn't know it. Okay, thank you. The committee would include 2 representatives from the city, 2 from the university, and 1 from ASF. The committee would meet periodically to tour Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, participate in briefings, and receive updates on tenants and uses of Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. The committee will receive information, provide counsel, and make recommendations. So I think that's the purpose, and that's ultimately gets to the heart of what the initial resolution was speaking to, just making sure that an asset, a building that has a lot of land, a lot of development surrounding it, owned by the city of Memphis. The city of Memphis will always be able to speak to what the city of Memphis believes needs to be in the best interest. In addition to that, there's a new multi-year agreement with the Southern Heritage Classic and AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Chief Ryan would speak specifically to that. Initially, I think they both were on the last year of their contract, and I think a lot of concerns by this council about what happens to those 2 entities, because they generate a lot of economic development in the city, and people are excited to attend those games. So what happens going forward? So essentially, the way the new deal will work is 4 years or 3 years with an option of either 4 more years and an option of 5. Is it?
Chandel Ron, Chief Operating Officer. It's 3 years with an option of 5 additional 1 year.
Okay. So I think that's really important to this council because it gives them the ability. I know. Hold on. I'm gonna go through the other ones as well. And okay, clarify what you mean by that.
Okay, 3-year term plus an additional. They can extend it for 1-year periods up to 5 additional total years. So when you do an extension, it's at a 1-year term at a time.
So essentially 8 years. Essentially 8 years if they so choose.
It's a good deal. They're in agreement. Both parties agree.
They're in agreement with that. So
they're happy. They're very happy. It gives them 3 years locked in, and then at their mutual agreement, they can extend.
Yeah. So essentially,
well, I received a text message from Mr. Fred Jones saying that he had not seen an agreement yet.
Oh, he has not. They're still working out.
So I don't know if we can make that representation here. Like I said, I'll show everybody my text here.
Okay, I've seen that text message too.
Well, let's council members who want to be in the queue, please be recognized. Okay. So I received the same text message you have from Mr. Fred Jones saying he was up waiting to receive an agreement. The reason he has not received the agreement, City Hall does not open at 10, 11, or 12 o'clock at night when some of these things were in a process of being drafted. I know we have staff currently dedicated to getting this contract done. One of the reasons that I wanted to make sure we said in this meeting very publicly is we can make sure we are able to hold the administration and University of Memphis under the gun, so to speak, to make sure it gets done. But they're still in the process of drafting the agreement. And then another thing is, I know there was I think it was
Councilman Warren and Councilman Ford, I'm almost certain, they said if we give it to you for free, we need to get it back for free. It don't make no sense to do it any other way. So I'm going to read it. So the new added clause into the LOI now says if University of Memphis for some reason decides to let go of the Liberty Bowl, it would come back to the city of Memphis at nominal consideration. That nominal consideration is $1. So I think what we were.
I'll donate it.
I think the goal specifically was to try to hear the council's concern and make sure we heard. After hearing the council's concern, make sure we're able to articulate that in a way that we are able to bind the administration to ultimately do what we believe the community wants us to do. So I think that's where we are. And if I misspoke or mischaracterized our meeting, please let me know. Okay. So I think that's perfect. That's it. Oh, the Liberty Bell. Okay, absolutely. Thank you for. Oh, sorry, there was more to that. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. There were some concerns about the Liberty Bell. I've been assured by the University of Memphis, if the city of Memphis wants the Liberty Bell, we can have the Liberty Bell. And then there's another very good question that was brought by this body. What happens with, we're talking about $120 million and the contracts and MWB participation. When I spoke to Attorney Wade, very specifically, he said that the city's contracts have language regarding minority participation. And whenever we transfer or allocate funding to any institution, they're under those same obligations. But I believe Chief Ryan wants to speak to the MWB component as well.
Yes, this matter was bid through the city process. So it does have EBO goals, and those are the same contractual relationships that will be assigned over to the university when they're executing these construction projects.
I have Logan Johnson Carlisle in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm so glad that we're drilling down to an agreement that everybody can agree on, because I'm very eager to see this happen as well. My only concern was those two events that have become a part of the fabric of our city. And I did also receive that email that Mr. Jones didn't get that before today. And so I'm very concerned because his understanding was 8 years.
It's 8,
but what if at 1 year they decide they don't want to do it?
Right.
Like the University of Memphis says, oh, no, we're not going to do this after 2 years. So how is that?
So let me speak to that. It's Fred Jones' option. If Fred Jones gives, I almost call him Mr. Jones, because my father would be disappointed. If Mr. Jones decides that he doesn't want to use the Liberty Bowl, he can then opt out. But if he opts,
it's to his benefit.
There you go.
It allows him the flexibility.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
It's his flexibility.
Thank you for clearing that up, for that clarification.
Okay, Councilwoman Johnson.
So are you saying, Justice, we have not heard from Mr. Jones, he has been informed of this and he has agreed to this?
So I will speak to that. So during this process, as I was attempting to, make sure that I captured the will of the council, I've been in constant communication with Mr. Jones. Matter of fact, Mr. Jones called me this morning. We spoke specifically. What I told him, it'll be a total of 8 years. And, as it relates to how it worked out, is 3 years and an option of 5. Mr. Jones does not know that very specifically. Well, I sent him the message. I'm waiting on his response. But he does not know how nuanced, how do you get to 8 years? He knows a total of 8. That's what he knows.
Okay.
And he said, thank you.
Okay, let's go back to the funding source and the Black/minority participation. I understand the 120 million. What about the additional 50 million plus 50 million that the university, will they be governed in that same regards for that $100 million?
So the cost of the entire construction project is $220 million, and that is the amount that the CMAR is charged with spending, and that is the amount that's under the goal.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I should have, when I said Mr. Jones' agreement, he may not have heard the exact terms, but I heard him loud and clear of what he was going for. But yes, Mr. Earhart as well from the AutoZone Liberty Bowl and I were back and forth. But ultimately, I think when I say in principle, their organizations and their events are protected. And for what it's worth, the note was made last time. The university, as the owner of that stadium, wants those events in there as well. Those stadiums are best used when they're used. So, so they got it. So again, I think obviously the devil's in the detail. I guess there's one more thing. If there's a significant material change, it can come back before this body. I don't anticipate that, but there are protections for us. So, and the city. And remember, the University of Memphis is a core partner of the city and the state. They're our largest university. The beneficiary of this entire project is not the university, but the city. So I want to thank Councilman Smiley, Laird and his team, and Alan Wade and others, Mr. Jones and Mr. Earhart, everybody, and obviously the Smith family, for their due diligence, and for the public. I'll tag on to what was being said out of the public. A lot of times you've got one party negotiating, and we're the second party that has to be privy to those negotiations, and we're entitled and should do our due diligence, and that's what we're elected to do. And the end result is beneficial for everyone. And now you've got buy-in hopefully from the Memphis City Council, from the university, and from the city and the state. And I don't know that there's a better way to kick off a project like this. And so I hope everyone supports this, and then we can turn our attention to banding together to make sure the FedEx Forum, the Grizzlies, and Tiger men's basketball is set for the future in FedEx Forum. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other colleagues want to speak on this? Well, so part of this agreement, too, still saddles the city of Memphis with the debt obligation. Is that correct?
The city is taking on the GO bond debt.
Okay, which is, for the record, approximately?
27.8 million, I'll call it.
Through 2047, correct?
That's correct, for
Okay.
24 years.
So it's based upon that I am still in opposition of this. We still are talking about a $220 million asset where I think there was something that was provided to us, or maybe a comment that I saw, being perhaps 20 million of it that couldn't be assumed. So we're talking just 10%. We're just saying, the $2 million based upon what was originally given to us as far as $2 million per year through 2030. Colleagues, that's the council grant program that we could supplement or complement with this. So I'm still uncomfortable with the fact that I go back and give the example. Here, I sell you a house, and I added a nice den, a nice patio. I sell you the house, but I still got to pay for this addition. And so a conversation that I was privy to, somebody said, there's not a single business person in the city of Memphis that would do that will say, I'm selling you something or giving you something, but I'm going to continue paying for it. They wouldn't do that in their private businesses. Now, I cannot speak to Mr. Smith's finances, but as a financial advisor, a part of Planned Giving, I've never seen anything where somebody says, well, my gift is contingent upon you owning this particular property. I can't speak to his finances. But just in the financial world, that doesn't happen. One of the other things that I looked at, too, colleagues, part of the argument has been this is going to help us get into one of the big conferences. Now, we have no control over that. I hope we do. That benefits Memphis. But I just looked up a couple of our similar schools in the American Athletic Conference. University of Alabama at Birmingham. That stadium is owned by the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center Authority. The University of Texas at San Antonio, they play in the Alamo Dome. So this whole premise that this is going to help us get into a conference, we need this. Now, UAB may not get in. UTSA may not get in. The University of South Florida plays in Raymond James Stadium. That's the same stadium where the Buccaneers play. Temple University plays at Lincoln. That's where the Philadelphia Eagles play. So I just think that we have, these are my words, we've been sold a bill of goods. And for us to sit here and say to the taxpayers of Memphis, we are giving up something and you still gonna pay for it and you don't have the exclusive use and rights and determine what is the best use of that. I can't support anything like that. I don't know if it, so those are my comments. I will open the floor up. If not, we'll take a vote and, hey, I've been the lone voter on something before, and it won't be any problem at all. Me going out my last meeting, being the sole no vote. Councilwoman Logan.
I would like to hear administration speak to that as to why we are agreeing to do that. What was the discussion with the University of Memphis and the Smith family and in the room with everyone who left the room saying this is a good deal for the city of Memphis and the citizens?
So it is a good deal for us because this stadium ends up being a liability for the city of Memphis. The entities that own the facilities that the chairman was speaking about, I'm sure they have a lofty bill too that comes along with maintaining those facilities, which is something that we've experienced as well. I sent some information that talk about what type of cost savings we would see, and I know that as a part of that, we have this bond debt, but we also have operational expenses that we are experiencing every year. And with us transferring this to the University of Memphis, we could save anywhere from $800,000 annually to about $2.2 million annually. And over a 24-year period, anywhere from $19 million to $52.8 million that we would save, even with paying this bond debt. So that's why we thought it still would be a good opportunity for the city in order to move forward with this type of initiative. It also puts us in a great position. This donation that we're getting from the Smith family helps us to leverage an additional $100 million that we would have had to try to find with some other type of bond debt, and we would have been in debt even more to fund this type of project. This gives us $100 million free and clear, $120 million free and clear for us to make this renovation. And the reason that it will help the university to get into a different conference, I think just to bring a little bit of clarity there, it's not because it's not owned by the city, but it's because the renovations are so important for them to get a favorable view from those agencies in order to put them in a conference like that. So that is the reason for that as well.
So just to clarify, you're saying that you all looked at how much it's costing us to run the facility as opposed to how much we owe on it and felt that we were spending more on the building than we are on the debt service.
And you said it much better than I did. Thank you so much for that. That was very good.
Just trying to understand it. Thank you.
Just thought about a couple other things. Colleagues, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, we are. Question that I had, I asked, and maybe you may discuss this downstairs, a breakdown of the 1.4.
Yes, sir. And I will have that to you as soon as I print it. I'll give it to you in just a second.
And so, colleagues, there was also an email that was sent by Nick Walker, essentially saying that our annual deficit is about $400,000. Now, the other thing too, part of this narrative is that this is the city getting rid of a liability. Technically speaking, because no building that we own generates money, every building that we have is a liability. So I don't buy the fact that, okay, we get rid of a little bit, but we get rid of a liability. This building costs us money. It's a liability. But every building that, because we're not a for-profit business, every building that we own, every facility that we own, the garbage trucks are a liability. So I would just say, my advice to the council going forward, we do not operate a for-profit business. And so if we're going to buy into this whole thing that everything is a liability, well, the city should own nothing there because we have to pay out for everything and we don't recoup what would be the operational cost of that. That's all I have. Councilman Warren and then Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson.
He'll be here next year.
Right. So we recognize those that'll leave it first. Frank, what you got?
Okay. We're still talking about this $28 million, and it was there because of a bond. Have we talked to the issuer of the bond for a letter saying it is appropriate for us to do that, and they have no objection to it.
Well, we are the issuer. The city is the issuer.
Wait a minute, I can't believe that.
We have had extensive research on whether we could make this transfer and still pay the bond, and we have not found any issues with doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I really appreciate University of Memphis setting up an advisory council. I think that was the intent of Councilman Smiley's request, and that's pretty much what I think we needed. Despite the, and I had to think about this for a while, we went into debt to help improve the stadium to keep it functioning. So that's what that $28 million bond is. It's what the amount of money we put into it. And, if what we can do by not having to do maintenance is pay that bond off because we're not having to take the money for maintenance that we'd be doing every year or just operations and then pay the bond off, it's a wash. So it's not like we're sticking the taxpayer with extra money. It's that money's coming from what we're not spending on the stadium, so it makes sense. And if the university, by getting ownership of this stadium and fixing it to the level that a Division I, super PAC or super I'm blanking on the word, the power conference, a power conference, that's going to help the city immensely. The amount of money, I had someone call me this morning, Alexander Sastras gave me a call, and he was saying the difference in TV funding for what we're getting now for the university of $7 to $12 million goes to $45 to $57 million. So, I mean, it's that amount of money coming back to the university, and what that does for our city is amazingly important, particularly annually. So it's not just theoretical that somehow getting in a power conference is going to help us and help the whole city. It'll help the university. I mean, we're already a level 1 research institution, and they've done that recently. So we're poised to make the University of Memphis one of the star academic and athletic facilities in our country. And if you look at what other schools have done in leverage football to bring in students from other places that pay double tuition because they're not state residents, all of those things can make the University of Memphis better, and that helps our city. So although I understand it doesn't seem right that they're not picking this up, it's not like we're going to have to pay more than we would be paying before to get rid of it, and the chances of us adding value to our community are much greater. So I think we should vote for this, and I close. Thank you.
That's the best argument you've made in quite some time.
Any other colleagues want to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. That item passes. Yes. Colleagues, item number 12 will be held until your January 9th, 2024 meeting. Item number 13 has been withdrawn. That brings us to our add-ons. We have add-on items of 40, 41, 42, 43. Number 40 is a resolution accepting grant funds from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security over a 3-year period for the 2022 SAFER grant in the amount of $13,824,420.40 and appropriating fiscal year 24 funds in the amount of $1,700,625.02. All council districts sponsored by the administration, and there's a request for same-night minutes. Item number 41 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $300,000 to the Memphis Inter-City Rugby to assist in the operation of its program. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Request for same-night minutes. Item number 42, resolution to amend the youth pilot program funded by the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. Request for same-night minutes. And a resolution approving a management agreement between the City of Memphis through its parks division and the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, incorporated to manage and operate the downtown museum facility, District 5, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request of same night minutes. So the same night minute items are 16, 17, 18, 19, 27, 28, 29, 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Any other business to come before executive? Okay, and colleagues, item number 39 on our agenda is withdrawn as well. The hold is item number 12. 13 and 39 have been withdrawn. So if there's no other business, I will see everybody downstairs in 10 minutes. We adjourn. Yes, ma'am.